Wherever you are, we're with you, and this is going to be a fun night. Hopefully it ends up successfully, but if it doesn't, they'll go out, fighting. So this is a sports moment in Toronto history for sure.
Yes, this is one that you dream of as a little boy, right? You have the opportunity now to continue and advance in a Stanley Cup playoffs here. Game 7, a series that was full of adversity, ups and downs. You come out up 2-0, then you lose the next 3, then you find a way to persevere, right? So for me right now, I'm feeling the energy in the building. I got a little bit of chills. I don't know if it's the cold. I think it's the energy and the uncertainty that's going to come. So as a former player, I'm jealous that I'm not here because it's one that you dream of as a little boy getting prepared, to win that Stanley Cup.
Well, I have to say, with the mic on, this is what you're in the business for. Game 7. I mean, everything else is a preliminary. Game 7, we've done a number of them over the years for the Leafs. My record is better with the Raptors, sorry to say, but nonetheless, things can change. It is a proud moment to be here, and look at the building. It's all jacked up already. They've got blue lights when the lights go down. The place is abuzz, so this is going to be a fun night. So I guess the ultimate question is, how do you gauge your sort of reserve tank for energy? If you go back to the last game, the Leafs really emptied their tank to get that 2-0 win, and you could say Florida maybe emptied their tank to get the massive Game 5 win. So, I mean, how do you read what's happening out there?
Well, from a coach's perspective, an organization perspective, they tell you when in doubt, you sort of rely on your training, right? You go on and rely on the systems, right? So I don't think you're going to see anything on the Toronto end of someone trying to be a hero and go end-to-end like a McKinnon or a McDavid. They're just going to methodically go and get pucks in below the dots, continue to drive the net, continue to take advantage of, the specialty teams. But I don't think it's going to be a back and forth where you're going to see them, the shots, 15-15 after the first 15 minutes. So it's going to be a big game, and anyone that knows anything in these situations will tell you it's going to be too tough to call. But I think it's not going to necessarily be about who wants it more. It's going to come down to who executes their system to a T, and that's why I'm positive for the Toronto Maple Leafs, because more times than not this year they found a way to execute, and ultimately that system wins them more games than they lose.
Well, I want to point this out, and we were busy trying to get a gauge in the building. Ralphie just whispered in my ear, and I can see him now. Anthony Stolarz is warming up. He will be the backup tonight, so that's an inspirational story right there.
Okay, I thought he was pointing at the Sports Check sign. But, that's positive news, right? And maybe that is a little bit of a bump or a boost for the group, saying, like, here's a guy now that, missed majority of the series, and he's coming back because he doesn't want to miss it. So signs are pointing that's a positive. And what happens now if the Leafs win now? That now gives them a tough decision to make going into the next series. If they do make it, it's a little bit too early.
Relax, Stu.
But, again, him being back is an added boost.
You understand the price you pay over 7 games when it goes that far at this point of the season, and it only gets more expensive in the conference final and the Stanley Cup final. I mean, there's a toll on all these players, one way or another, isn't there?
Yes, and it's funny. I played the to win the Stanley Cup videos at the end, and the players and the captains, when they get the cup, they're so speechless and they just so overcome with joy and emotion that they can't even say anything, right? And they got black eyes, they're bruised and they're battered, right? So it's the toughest trophy to win. But it's a great, team effort for it to be done. And Toronto set themselves up for a pretty good, position to advance.
I just, this is like the ultimate chess match. The winner obviously advances and the loser goes home pretty disappointed. And you have to sort of play in the confines of the game. You don't want to do anything that causes the downfall of your team, but you want to attack. I mean, that's a tall order, isn't it?
It is, and the margins are so slim, right? You look at the LA Kings and, an offside challenge, a goal challenge. Yeah. Quentin Byfield not getting the puck out. You see Mark Scheifele take a penalty going into overtime as well. So it's going to come down to just those small errors or mistakes or capitalizing on another team's mistakes. So that's what it's about. It's not about, is Barkov going to have a big game? Is Austin Matthews? What team is going to collectively come out and stick to their system? So it's too tough to call. But I like Leafs' chances because they're at home. Regardless of their schedule this year at home, they're finding a way to set themselves up for a big win tonight.
Yeah, and being on the Leafs beat for, the history of the radio station, you go back to things that didn't happen. And in the key game, obviously there's a lot of Game 7 failures. There wasn't the guy who stepped up and made the difference, even by the slimmest of margins last year in Boston in overtime in Game 7, and that was painful. But they do know that they have a coach who has a really good system, and they do know that when they play it, as in Game 6, they have a pretty good chance of winning. I would say a really good chance of winning. And they know in Game 5, if they don't listen to the coach, it's going to be a long night. So, I mean, that's different from in the past.
Yeah, just the composure of Craig Barube, right? And, you know, I was waiting for something for him to say, hey, you know what, this team's got to get it going. We got to step up after that Game 5. But he said, hey, you know, would it really have made a difference if we lost 2-1? A loss is a loss. So,
yeah,
you know, in a market where they can really dissect your words, you know, he's had the perfect response saying, we are going to turn the page and we will be better in Game 6. And, you know, he's a man of very few words, but when he talks, you know, he means it. And, you know, on the media side, they came out and they did silence a lot of the critics. They were doing the obituary after Game 5.
Oh, yes,
you know, I was in there doing a eulogy, you know, but, you know, kudos to Craig Barube and just have that composure and that trust and staying in the moment and not letting the outside distractions. And we talked about it at length this year, the many distractions that could have taken over this group.
Oh, yeah.
They found a way to silence that noise and keep it just outside where it needs to be.
I mean, you know, again, from covering the Leafs year after year after year, this is a really good opportunity. I would look at it that way if I was down on the ice wearing a blue jersey. Just because you stumbled, you evened the series, and if you want to move on, you have to put down the defending Stanley Cup champions. There's no real more legitimate way to do it than that.
There's a lot of the legacy sort of riding on tonight, and you don't want to put it into one game, right? But, you know, you look at the Wendell Clarks and the Sundins and the Gilmores. They didn't win a Stanley Cup, but they showed up when it matters most. They found ways to elevate their game, but win, lose, or draw, they brought the exact same effort every single night. They elevated, and, you know, they're considered winners. Say what you want. They are considered winners, and they're synonymous, and they are legends in this city. So, you know, you don't want to just say, hey, you know what, that's riding on tonight, but that puts you in the step in the right direction with a big effort tonight and knocking off the defending Stanley Cup champions with a team that has some amazing, you know, playoff performers in Ekblad and Barkov and Bobrovsky and net. Like, this is a solid team and very well coached by Paul Maurice, who's, you know, shown he's probably one of the top coaches in today's National Hockey League.
Grizzly Bears on the blue line. So I stacked up when I was doing my pregame stuff. I looked at the right side of the Panthers defense and I stacked it up against the right side of the Leafs defense. And so when you look at it for the Leafs, Carlo, Tanev, and OEL. When you look at it for the Panthers, Ekblad, Seth Jones, and Kulikov, those are 6 really tough defensemen. That's something. My
kidneys hurt just thinking about it, right? And, you know, I was a player that had to make a living playing the physical game. And when you have defensemen like the Ekblads and the Kulikovs, I still owe him a receipt from one of his hits that he gave me probably about 12 years ago, too. It makes you take the scenic route. They're just so tough to play against where it has your mind playing tricks on you. You're like, do I really want to go into this corner? Do I really want to drive the net? And that's, you know, today's National Hockey League. Yes, it's speed and skill, but there is still that intimidation and physical factor. And then you look at a Tanev, right, who's probably the most hit player in the history of the National Hockey League playoffs through 2 rounds. He's just getting pounded, but he's blocking shots. He's getting back, retrieving pucks, getting on the forecheck. Carlo the same way, playing big, strong. I really like McCabe's game this series as well, too. So, you know, when you look at this D-core compared to some throughout the National Hockey League that are still involved in the playoffs, there's no Cale Makar, there's no Heiskanen, there's no Thomas Hart, there's no superstar Ds. They're just tough to play against D, and that's how I'd love to build my roster if you cannot fill it with that superstar on the back end.
So both teams out on the ice doing their pregame rituals, warming up, and taking it easy at the same time, if you will. Great to see Anthony Stolarz out there. Where is he? Oh, there he is down in the corner. Okay, and we'll step out, come back, and set it up further for you. This is Leafs Game Night, Game 7 night, live from Scotiabank Arena. Wherever you are, we are right here. TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs.
From backstage to the main stage, the Bills will make you dance. The Welcome to Rockville Music Festival comes to you direct from Daytona with an exclusive limited engagement channel. Welcome to Rockville Radio. Listen now in the SiriusXM app.
Welcome to Rockville is madness.
Including live festival coverage now throughout the weekend on Octane, Channel 37.
So thankful for SiriusXM hooking everybody up.
Thanks, Octane.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederick Anderson, #1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization. I've got high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate
with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar.
Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Coulias.
It's a pleasure to have back on the program Coach Joel Quenneville, back behind an NHL bench next fall.
And I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity to be in Anaheim. Working with Beaker over the last couple of weeks, we're having a lot of fun. The personnel and the young kids kind of represents and reminds me of what we had in Chicago when I first went there. And we got a really young team.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Are you ready for Game 7? This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7. There's nothing better. This is it. There's nothing better on earth than the Stanley Cup playoffs when the Maple Leafs are playing in Game number 7. Yeah. I know about the history and the past and whatever. But who cares? Tonight, it's a 50-50 chance as our Maple Leafs are playing the Florida Panthers. And we're at home. We've got that home ice advantage. And if we can get it done tonight, we'll have home ice throughout the rest of the playoffs. Now, we've got business to take care of tonight. And thank you so much for hanging out with us and being a part of this amazing community of Toronto sports fans from all over the world. Now let's get behind our buds, let's cheer them on loud, and we'll see you in the chat. Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go!
Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favourite team.
Anthony Stolar is taking some shots. That's a nice sight, isn't it? Warming
yes,
up.
very, very surprising, and we've got to give credit where credit's due, and Jim Ralph in giving us sort of the tip. He was pointing down there. I was not sure what he was talking about, but good to see Stolar's back, right? There was some uncertainty when or if he was even coming back, but it's a good sign that he's out there taking some shots. But ultimately, we know this is Wall's crease. He's shown that he's now the go-to guy, and his game 6, 22-plus saves, getting the shutout. He's poised to show that he is the go-to guy at this point.
No slouch in elimination games, Mr. Wall, that's for sure. Tonight's coach's comment is powered by your Ontario Honda dealers. Score a $1,500 Honda bonus in the CRV Sport. Conditions apply. Visit HondaOntario.com. Here is Coach Barube. I'm playing hurts in the play.
You're not injured because you're playing. You're banged up, you're hurt, and there's a lot of that with a lot of teams and a lot of players for sure. But this time of year, you play through it, right? It's too important not to.
You guys played all year to get home ice advantage. Tonight, what do you think it means? What will home ice do for you tonight?
I think it's excitement for, our group playing at home here in front of our crowd, passionate crowd, passionate fans, passionate city. But don't get caught up in it, okay? Just do what you did in Game 6. It's, we know what to expect from Florida, and that's a great team over there. So, simplify your game. Everybody's nervous a little bit. You just got to get the nerves out. First couple shifts, get going. Just play direct, be direct, and rely on your teammates, and that's what you're playing for, your teammates.
On a morning like this, what gives you the most confidence that your guys will put their best foot forward in this game?
I think what I saw in Game 6 in Florida, what I saw in Game 6 in Ottawa, I think those types of games and how we played them, patient, disciplined, simplify with the puck and playing to our identity. probably that.
When you talk to the team before a game like this, does the speech come from the heart, or is it something that you've thought of messages beforehand?
Well, you're always thinking about things and what's going to be the most important statement you can make to your team today. And that's not only today, it's a lot of games. I mean, it doesn't change a whole lot for me. It's just about getting your mind right and, what to expect and, understanding, what each individual has to do out there every shift. I think that's the most important thing.
How do you think your power plays manage the pressure of the Panthers?
Well, that's we do get some looks, and we're doing the right things. It's just obviously hasn't clicked lately, but we got to continue to just keep getting pucks into that area. That's the key, because they're coming with a lot of pressure. So you got to beat that pressure with shots. And like I said, you got to beat their swarm when we can. And it's a quick attack off that. That's the opportunities that present themselves with that penalty kill.
Coach Barube, Stu, as you look around, you see the blue, and everybody has a blue or white light. It's an interesting light show here. And for the first time ever, at the end of the pregame warm-up, the crowd cheered because they wanted to get on to the game. Keys to the Game is brought to you by Manicure and Manicure Plus. Come in for a free Men's Express Pedicure. 4 locations in Toronto. Online at manicure.ca. What do you have, Stu?
I think for the Toronto Maple Leafs, they have to start on time. And I think it starts with getting shots on net. 4 out of the 6 games, they were outshot by the Florida Panthers. 2 of the games, they did tie in shots. So I think the key is getting to Bobrovsky early and often. I want to see 10, 12 shots after that first period, pushing him back in his crease. The other thing is special teams battle. They did not score a power play goal in Game 6, but they were perfect 4 for 4 on the penalty kill. It's a big factor tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And finally, I'm coining the term big names need big games. So looking at the core 4, big 4, including Morgan Riley, they need to elevate. And whether it's goals, assists, you want to noticeably see them engaged, see them involved. And before Austin Matthews scored that goal in Game 6, you saw him starting on time. You saw him every single shift, and he built his game towards creating time and space and scoring his first goal in the second round. So Leafs are going to be in a tough task tonight, but if they stick to those keys, I really like their chances tonight against the Florida Panthers.
I really like Game 6. I keep telling people not to fall in love with the team that won the last game, but Game 6 for me is sort of the final lesson in this is what the coach wants, and if you adhere to it, here's what can happen. I mean, there it is right in front of you.
Yeah, it was a safe game, but it's not like they stood back. They just on their heels, right? Yes, they did give up a couple high-danger opportunities. You don't want that, but the penalty kill was great. They blocked a lot of shots, but they just waited for their opportunities and capitalized, especially on transition offense. So they did a great job on that. D-zone was great. They were advancing the puck. They were passing it. They were, for me, it was quality over quantity in the shot department, but they capitalized. But ultimately, Austin Matthews stepped up. He was called to the carpet, and what did he do? Scored the game's biggest goal. So I could see him having a repeat performance tonight and some others following him.
I mean, there is potential in this building for things to go absolutely wild tonight. So here's what I'm going to throw at you. My assessment of big games, winner-take-all games, is I always go to the second goal because it either adds to the first goal or cancels it out. Would you agree with that?
That's a little bit in depth. We're going Inception here, level 3 here. Yeah, but I think the first goal is key for Toronto, right? Because you saw Florida, they can almost lull you to sleep as Toronto does often with that first goal. So I think if Toronto gets it, it's going to continue to have them get on their toes. Toronto at times, when they get on their heels, they sort of sit back, they collapse, and the teams get into that puck possession where they're just around, and eventually they tire out and they break down. So I think for them to stay on their toes, they got to have that confidence in scoring that first goal. So again, once they score that first goal, what I want to see that I haven't seen I would say in this playoffs, maybe a couple times, is they score that first goal and then another moment arises where the goalie makes a big save and they go back down. Do they score on that opportunity, or they score the first goal and they get a power play and it goes, it's a big nothing burger. So there's that key moment that's going to come up a couple times within this game. And what I'm looking for from the Toronto Maple Leafs side is for them to elevate and capitalize, and they did it. They capitalized with Austin Matthews on the breakaway, on the turnover, and then Nick Mann getting springing Max Pacioretty to score the game's second goal. So the key is, instead of doing it in the last 7-8 minutes of the game, let's try to now, compartmentalize that and do that in the first 10 minutes of the first period.
I'm just going to hit send here. I recorded everything you said. I'm sending it to the Leaf dressing room. Let's do some more pregame sound here. John Tavares playing Game 7 at home.
Yeah, it's awesome. Really special to be in this situation. So just want to be excited, enjoy it, and obviously get yourself prepared for a heck of a game, heck of a battle, and a great opportunity for us. So that's what the game's all about, and playing the Stanley Cup playoffs.
John, you guys are all here for home ice advantage. What do you expect home ice will give you tonight?
Yeah, I mean, obviously playing in front of our fans, in front of our crowd is always amazing and great. And the benefits you get at playing at home, like glass change and things like that. But we talked about just trying to keep playing a real simple, hard game, and building off a lot of things we did the other night, and knowing the challenge that tonight's going to present. So not trying to go out there and do too much, just playing hard, sticking to the game plan, and enjoying the moment.
Martinez was obviously battling something last game. What does he mean to this group when he's out there with you guys? What he's brought the season and these playoffs?
Yeah, no question. Nyze's grown into a heck of a player, and how quick his evolution has been throughout first couple of years, and certainly this season, the steps he's taken and becoming just a premier power forward, and plays in all situations, and has made some key plays. Has had some big moments for us already, so good to see him out there and getting ready to go.
You took a puck off your face there.
Yeah, just a puck in the face. No, I did not lose the two, so I've lost most of them already. So that box has already been checked. So yeah, just a little patch.
What's it like to play in a Game 7?
It's intense. I remember my first one. It was really eye-opening. Just the intensity of play, the pace of play, level of detail, shift to shift, all those sorts of things. Obviously, the emotion and energy in the building as well. So all things that you have to channel in the right direction, and just focus on going out there and doing what you got to do to play well, and executing and trying to be at your best.
John, Craig was telling us that it's important to reset after any game, whether it's a win or a loss. Do you think there's extra momentum after that Game 6 win, or is it just like a brand new game, clean slate?
I think it's more on the clean slate side of things. I mean, you obviously look at the positives, things that you did well. Certainly the result that it earned us the other night, but it's a new day, a new game, and obviously it's come down to tonight. So reshifting your focus and getting ready to go, and understanding the level that's going to be required, and the execution that we need to go out there and be successful.
John Tavares getting set for Game 7. So, Stu, our producer Cameron has given us some innocuous Game 7 stats. First goal, this is, by the way, Game 7, number 201 in NHL Stanley Cup history. And in the previous 200, goal number 1 results in a win 150 times, in a loss. It's 150 and 50 is what I'm trying to say there. Although this year it's 0-2. And 25% of the time, Cameron tells us, Game 7 goes to overtime. So I know that on that 150 to 50, the Leafs, in games that we've done, have scored first many times in Game 7 and have zipped the show for it. So I don't know what that means tonight.
Well, they say history doesn't necessarily rhyme, but it often repeats itself, right? But, again, we know how important that first goal is, right? But you mentioned it's not what happens with that goal, what happens after. So say Toronto does give up that first goal, how do they respond? Do they come back on their toes, or do they sit back? Do they continue to get it on the forecheck, or do they sit to play a passive game? So I think that is not necessarily the factor. I think if they let in a goal very, very early, that can have a little bit of a difference. But, again, it's a 60-minute game, and we've seen Toronto throughout the year, whether or not they've scored the first goal, they get outshot 2-1, they find a way to sort of bring the game back and bring it back into their control, just sort of with their system. So I'm sure they're sitting there. Craig Barube saying we need a good start. So whether or not that leads to a goal, that good start sets the tone and sets the tempo for the rest of the game.
Well, and again, over 7 games, there's the early part of the series and the late part of the series. And certainly in the first 3 games, the lead was very changeable. It went back and forth. Games 4, 5, and 6, no guy to that. So don't know what that means for Game 7. I always consider Game 7 to be slightly divorced from the previous 6.
Yeah, it was a Game 3, 2-0 and 3-1 leads.
Yeah.
I think they probably learned that lesson. If they get that tonight, which I'm sure they're hoping they do,
you'd love to.
It's a completely different series, right? Yeah. And the one thing that I am concerned on the Florida front is they've been getting depth scoring, and some of their top guys have been dormant a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Verhaeghe had an amazing start to the series. He's tailed off a little bit. Kachuk, no goals, I believe, in 3 or 4 games. Same thing with Barkov. So they've been playing great two-way game as well. Yeah. But again, ultimately, those big guys got to step up. Let's just hope for the Toronto Maple Leafs' sake, it's not tonight.
We'll do the full lineup in a couple of minutes, but right now I can tell you that Rodriguez, who had played with Barkov and Reinhart, is back in. He got wiped out by OEL earlier in the series. He's back in tonight, so that's a big ad for them.
Hack the bone.
Okay. Well, we can see that they're getting ready to welcome the players back out, and the building's starting to crank up again with the blue and white lights. Did you do that, Stu? Was that you? I know you got here early today.
What is that, 20,000, right? And just the technology where we're at, right? Back in my day, I don't even think they had white towels.
It's the Bic lighter, which is a bit of a problem in a building like this.
Yeah, they had their flip phone. They had to flip it open and close.
Flip phone.
Everyone, take your razors out.
Okay. We'll step out, come back, and set it up for you. Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena, TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Hello, 241 Pizza.
Hi, I know I should be buying Canadian, but right now I have a craving for pizza.
You came to the right place. 241 Pizza is Canadian owned and operated using the freshest ingredients from local suppliers.
Great! How much for a large 2-topping pizza?
Right now, just 12 loonies and 99 cents.
241 Pizza really is Canadian.
100%, eh?
241 Pizza, 241.
Hey everyone, Adney and Burke here to talk about our great podcast, NHL Unscripted with Burke and Demers.
Jason Demers here. After playing 700 NHL games, it turns out I have an opinion or two. Whoever's saying trade one of them, you don't know anything about hockey. I'm on the bandwagon. I'm rooting for this team. With new guests every week, we will talk about hockey and more.
Can't wait till you watch this movie because it's the biggest award of her career.
He went into the cheetah exhibit. The cheetah took a piece out of him, and he came into the ring the next day.
Tune in to NHL Unscripted with Burke and Demers, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Firefighter Finn McHose, that's a nickname, right? Needed help contending with a blaze of debt. He called Alpine Credits and a superhero was sent his way. Summoning water, she extinguished the fire and consolidated his debt into one low monthly payment. His floors may be wet, but his debt is under control. Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Well, here it is, Game 7. Leafs getting it done in Florida to extend this series, as you're well aware. Austin Matthews scores in the second round. Joseph Woll gets the shutout. So many questions. Will the core four finally advance to round 3? How much gas is left in the tank for Game 7? And have the playoff demons finally been put on alert? More importantly, which team advances to round 3? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Oh, yes, they do. Welcome inside Scotiabank Arena. Leafs Game Night, Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. Jim Taddy and former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you. The little flag bearer at center ice is getting everybody revved up. Game 7 on a Sunday night on a long weekend. Does it get any better than this? The starting lineup is brought to you by Molson, the official beer sponsor of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Matthews between Marner and Nyes. Tavares between Nylander and Holmberg. Max Domi centering Pacioretty, McMahon. Laughton centering Yarncroke and Lorentz. Same as it was in the last game. Riley, Carlo, McCabe, Tanev, Benoit, OEL, the defense pairings. Wall starts in goal. Anthony Stolarz is the backup. And for the Panthers, one sheet has Evan Rodriguez in, and the official one has Boquist on the top line with Barkov and Reinhardt. So we'll see what happens there, but I have to believe that they're going to go with the sheet that I'm holding in front of me because it is official. Stu, what do you make of all that?
Yeah, on the Florida side, maybe playing a little bit of a rope-a-dope with Boquist, who, yeah, he does have a goal this series, but again, Rodriguez is a big hole for the Florida Panthers to fill. I think it's worth noting that Matthew Nyes, who was a little bit injured last game, he's dealing with a bone bruise, for those that might not know, but he's ready to go as well, too. So I think for Toronto, again, you have your four lines, you have your depth, but ultimately I think the big names got to have big games tonight. So I'm looking a lot from Austin Matthews to continue his scoring streak that he did have last game. Mitch Marner elevating. Same thing with Nylander, who's been fantastic this entire playoffs with John Tavares. So the other guys, if they weather the storm, the defense, we're not even mentioning them because they've been carrying the mail the whole entire season. Joseph Woll seems like he's hitting his stride as well, too. But for this team to get to that next round, the big guys have to step up.
And, I mean, what a moment to legitimize everything. You're here on home ice, Game 7, end of the second round against the defending Stanley Cup champs, the team that has been to the Stanley Cup final the last 2 years. I mean, there can't be a better moment than this one.
Yeah, and you look at the energy in the building, right? Half of the people that probably weren't alive the last time you were sort of in this situation, right? So, again, that's motivating. You have the chance to, in a sense, make history. So if that doesn't get you fired up and you just feel the energy, you hear the passion, you know, as a player, I'm jealous. I'm jealous sitting here listening to this. I want to put the pads and get back on. So I'm expecting a really, really great start by Toronto. You're seeing the rally towels. You're seeing the lights. You're seeing the passion. I'm expecting a fired up start by this Toronto Maple Leafs group.
Wow, we know there's a big crowd outside the building, too. And you said it. I mean, you got to go back to 2002 in the third round against Carolina, losing in 6 games. Oh, so close to getting into the Stanley Cup final. So 23 years later, if you are slightly under 30, you don't have any memories. This is it for you.
Yes, not to date myself, but that was a year before I got drafted to the National Hockey League, right? And again, you know, I was a little bit jealous. I didn't have the opportunity to play for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Despite, you know, there were some up and down years, they've done a great job drafting the last 10, 12 years now, and this is sort of now the opportunity to get the fruits of their labor and continue the legacy of the Austin Matthews, the Mitch Marners, Tavares, and the Nylanders. So history, not saying it's going to be written tonight, but it's a step in the right direction with a great performance. Win, lose, or draw, leave it all out on the ice, and that's what the Leafs faithful ask for. That's all they ask for, Tats.
So I would suspect, we got about a minute to go here, I would suspect that both teams are going to play their system and just wait for something to happen.
I think so. It'll be a little bit of a rope-a-dope, but back and forth. I don't see anyone trying to land a knockout punch. I do not anticipate any extracurricular activities, as you do not want to get behind on the penalty kill early on in the game. And I can barely hear myself talking right now. And turn the volume up here, but again, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go.
Well, let's just take a listen to this. Pump up the volume there.
Starting lineup on defense from Toronto, Ontario. Number 8, Chris Tanev. And from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, number 22, Shea McCabe. The forwards from Fort Hill, Ontario, number 16, Mitch Marner. Phoenix, Arizona, number 23, Matthew Nyes. And from Scottsdale, Arizona, number 34, Austin Matthews.
There's only one thing left. It's the opening faceoff. Bonesy and Ralphie will step in. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs.
Sports are all about moments.
One of the most incredible, miraculous finishes we have ever seen.
And you can hear them all.
He scored!
scores! Alex Ovechkin! There's a new goal-scoring champion!
As they happen.
Oh my goodness! Shohei Ohtani, a sayonara swing!
Live in the moment.
Rory McIlroy on his knees. He's won the Masters.
With live sports on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederik Andersen, #1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extensions.
Yeah, good organization. I have high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Coulias.
It's a pleasure to have back on the program Coach Joel Quenneville, back behind an NHL bench next fall.
And I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity to be in Anaheim. Working with Beaker over the last couple of weeks, we're having a lot of fun. The personnel and the young kids kind of represents and reminds me of what we had in Chicago when I first went there. And we got a really young team that's going to be exciting to work with for sure.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio puts you on the ice.
If you're trying to describe what playoff hockey is,
well, the ebbs and the flows, the momentum changes, the willingness to sacrifice whatever it takes, whether it's blocking a shot with your face. Every opportunity matters. You know, we learn an awful lot about ourselves in the playoffs and how you rise to the challenge and are willing to do whatever it takes for the team to be successful.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91. Nothing puts you closer to the action than Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Big news out of Vancouver. Adam Foote is the new head coach of the Vancouver Canucks.
Adam Foote's never been a head coach. And I look at the Vancouver Canucks. If they make that move, it's because they feel this is more about development. This is more about, building for the future. It's not so much about next year. Adam Foote's going to have some growing pain next year.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Well, here we go. It is Game 7 against the Florida Panthers. And I said, cheering for a team is like having children. You scold them, you get upset with them, you throw things at them. In my day, when you did something wrong, you got your arse tanned. But you never stop loving them. And so after a disappointing Game 5, everybody is back. And everybody has got their things going. We're ready to roll as they're at center ice for the opening face-off of Game 7. And the puck is dropped and we're underway, and glad you're with us. Fired into the Leaf zone right off the hop by Mikkola. Down into the corner and swung around the boards for Marner, who chips it to the slot area. A backhand shot, stopped by Wall, goes around back of the net. Marner trying to find Matthews there, and it didn't connect. Now he has another opportunity, and he's just going to flip it out into center ice and down into the Florida zone. Leafs are changing. Nyes remains out there. Leafs have the exact same lineup as in Game 6, other than Anthony Stolarz is the backup goaltender. It rolls down in on goal, and Wall will leave it there on the near boards.
Played out at center ice, and now Tavares. An odd man rushing over the line, looking for a man in front. And a good defensive play made there by Gustav Forsling. Back come the Panthers at center ice. Played in on the right side with a long shot in on goal that Wall directed wide of the net. Another pass in front of the goal, knocked away by Carlo. Into the corner, comes back to the blue line. Ekblad with a shot that deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Panthers on it quickly. They'll get it back to Ekblad again. Ekblad stops, plays it around the boards back of the net. Riley couldn't trap it. It goes into the far corner, and a centering pass is intercepted by Brandon Carlo, who gets it ahead to the line, but Pontus Holmberg couldn't get it out. Here's Ekblad in with a shot. That goes high and wide. Good pressure here from Florida. Down around the boards, it's going to come to Riley on the near side, but he can't chop it past the pinching defenseman as it comes back to the blue line. Kept in now by Kulikov. Back of the net, trying to come out in front of the goal. Back into the far corner, and Marchand is onto the puck. It's cleared to the side of the net and back to the blue line again. Kulikov again with a shot. This one is deflected up into the screen and out of play.
The Leafs have got to be very careful. We saw this especially in Game 5, where the Florida Panthers defense are going to come charging down the wall and any kind of outlet opportunities up the boards. And the Leafs got burned on that twice. As the Florida Panthers look to reestablish their game. Paul Maurice said after Game 6, he said, we were just slow. We were slow getting the puck to the net. We were slow getting in on the forecheck. And Florida looks quick here to start this game.
Face off in the Toronto zone, controlled by the Panthers. They carry down around back of the net. Cut off there by Benoit, who got it to the line, but not out. A long Marchand shot goes off a stick into the corner. Back of the net, Carlo. Tried to reverse it. It comes free to Lorenz, and Lorenz outlets ahead for Benoit. Benoit will roll it towards the net. Handling it for the first time in the game there is Bobrovsky. Now the Leafs trying to get some forecheck going. Into the side of the net for Lorenz. He drops it back into the corner. Leafs onto it there with Yarncrook tying up his man. Cleared off onto the left wing side and brought to center ice now by Tkachuk, who sends it down into the Leaf end. Leafs are back in their own zone. McCabe to Tanev. Tanev flipping it to the line. Kicked away there at the blue line. Knocked back on the far side by Pacioretty. His effort to get it deep didn't get far enough, and it's brought back into the Toronto zone now by A.J. Greer. Now back to the point, a shot that goes off a leg. Pacioretty swiping at it to get it out, and it gets ahead to Domi, but he can't get it over the line. Brought back, and Domi steals it right back, but he gives it away as he tried to send it into the corner. Played back out at center for Greer. Greer will send it down into the Leaf zone. Slowed up by Wall. Played into the corner for Morgan Riley, but his feed for Domi didn't work, and now here's a pass in front of the net, and fanning on it was Sam Reinhart. Barkov playing it around back of the goal now for Rodriguez, who's back into the lineup, and a point shot is deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Barkov in the corner. Lost it. The Leafs are going to get it out at center ice, only to have it shot right back in again. Now the Panthers waiting for teammates to get onside, and a shot is blocked away by Wall. He's been the busier of the two goaltenders because nothing has been directed at Bobrovsky as yet. Benoit getting it ahead, but that struck Nyes in the back of the leg and didn't get in. It's cleared back down into the Toronto zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson playing it around back of the net. Benoit played it up along the boards, chopped out at center ice, but there's Florida with it again. Here's Bennett sending it back into the Toronto zone, trying to get their forecheck game going as it comes into the slot for Seth Jones on his backhand. Curls to the forehand. To the point it comes now to Mikkola with a shot that's deflected wide. Mikkola with it again. Back of the net and back of the goal. Tkachuk taken to the wall, and the puck comes back to the point, but it is kept in by Florida. Around back of the Toronto goal it goes. Near side for Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe with a shot. That deflecting. Where'd it go? Oh, onto the far side. I think it must have gone off the screen. Pad save, and a good one made by Wall. Love to know where that went. Back to the point, another shot deflects off the side of the goal. A centering pass comes out in front, and it's knocked away, and the Leafs are finally going to get to it and launch to center ice. They have been under siege here. Panthers into the side of the goal and around back of the net. McCabe unable to get to it, trying to come out in front. Kachuk in a shot. That was blocked. There's a rebound in front of the goal. Where's the puck? It's grabbed off by Toronto. My goodness, what a start here for the Florida Panthers. And now another turnover, and the Leafs are into the defense again as Marchand goes back of the net. Tried to get it in front, but couldn't. Puck is shot, and Wall stops that. And everybody take a breath, especially on the Leaf bench.
Well, you would figure usually it's the visiting team that has to withstand the first 5 or 6 minutes on the road in a Game 7, but this has been the other way around. The Leafs, Jake McCabe, Morgan Riley, and a few others have had blatant giveaways here early in the opening period. So maybe from a Leafs standpoint, they've got to survive themselves in the first 5 or 6 minutes to get things going. 5:27 in, the Leafs have not handled the puck in the Florida zone.
And they've not even had a shot on goal. The one that rolled in on Bobrovsky's been taken off the board. Domi will take the face-off. Lost it. It comes back to the point. Another shot in traffic is blocked by Wall. And the Leafs finally get it up on the left wing. And Riley trying to play it through center. Can't get it in. Cleared by Kulikov back into the Toronto zone. In along the boards now for Brandon Carlo in the far corner. He's engaged in there by a couple of Panthers. Swept around the boards. It'll come to the near point. Kept in there by Schmidt. Around back of the net. Carlo intercepts. Got it ahead for Domi. And he'll just get it out before it's shot right back in again. Changes coming for both teams. Riley has it back of the net and some time to breathe. Into the corner for Brandon Carlo. Ahead for Nyes. Nyes off the skate of Matthews. Doesn't get into the zone. Brought right back by Sam Reinhart. Into the Leaf zone it goes, and McCabe is back of the net with it. Trying to play it up the boards. Cut off by Barkov. Stolen back by McCabe. Tanev jams his man to the boards. The puck still free as it comes back to the point. Near side now for Ekblad. His shot on goal, stopped by Wall. And Joey Wall has been the story of the first 6 minutes and 33 seconds. 8 shots against him by the Florida Panthers. None by the Maple Leafs at this point. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs.
Multicultural. International. Undeniable. Your connection to the...
Good evening, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans, insiders. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight here as our buds are fighting it out with the Florida Panthers in Game 7 at Scotiabank Arena. Now's the time of the show for you to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Let us know. Put that city and province if you're in Canada, city and state if you're in the USA, and international. Let us know all over the world in the chat where you're watching from, and let's see where Leafs Nation is gathering from all over the world on this historic Game 7 of our Toronto Maple Leafs history. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in there, and thank you for letting us know where you're watching from.
Chicago when I first went there, and we got a really young team that's going to be exciting to work with for sure.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gort Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Okay. Draw to the left of Joey Wall, and the Leafs have started out either very nervous or just hemmed in. I mean, it's been embarrassing at this point. 7-0. But Joe Wall has been the difference. Matthews to take the face-off, but lost the draw, but now it's whistled down. And
now the one positive is there's been nothing clear-cut against Wall. At least have been able to get sticks in the way, take lanes away. But the longer you spend in your own zone, it's that ugly one that's going to be bouncing in.
Marner taking the face-off now against Sam Reinhart. And Reinhart won the draw as it comes back to the point where it slid in around the boards. Tanev blocking the path, and Marner comes away with it and looks up ice. Marner with a pass ahead for Nyes, who'll get it in over the line, but the Panthers are sending it right back out again. Here's Barkov in across the line. Works in on the right wing side, goes around back of the net. Played it back to the blue line, cut off there, and in and wrapped around the boards to the near side. Marner trying to get there ahead of Jones. The puck is played back into the slot area, and the Leafs now have it back of their own goal, trying to get a change of players going. Pass ahead to Flex. Tavares couldn't get it in cleanly. Flipped back to the Leaf blue line. Bouncing disc to the near boards. Benoit steps into his man there with a hefty hit. And Tavares starts out of his own end. Tavares getting it up on the wing for Willie. Nylander back for Tavares and in over the line, but it was knocked away. Now cleared in on a delayed offside. Willie will have to come out of the zone. Leafs are changing as the puck comes up ahead on the right side for Verhaeghe. Long shot has gone off his stick and up into the screen and out of play.
Well, the one line that looks like they're on the verge of breaking out, Joe, has been the Tavares line. And that might be scratching for something positive to say in the early going. But you saw a couple of times they made plays. There was one Holmberg couldn't handle. Willie Nylander got stifled right at the Florida line. And then John Tavares on this recent chance.
Face off in the Toronto zone. Won by the Maple Leafs. Played off the boards to the line, but it doesn't clear. Lawton couldn't get to it. Back around into the corner. Riley knocked his man down. The puck comes free on the near boards, though. Played back in along the wall. Riley interfered with, trying to come out into the corner after his man. Riley knocked it back along the boards. It'll come off a stick to the point. Long shot goes high over top of the Leaf goal. Here's Riley after it again as it's played back into the corner. Marchand back to the point, near side to Kulikov. His rolling puck comes in front of the net, and now Lorenz starts away with a pass. He'll play it off the boards, trying to get to it himself, but couldn't get in over the line cleanly. As now it's down in around back of the Florida net for the first time in the game. And that is 8.5 minutes in. Here's a stolen puck then by McKay, but he couldn't get a shot away inside the blue line. Leafs have to wait for teammates to get onside. Max Domi flipping it into the left wing corner. Being interfered with there was McMahon, and no call. Here the Panthers in with a shot, blocked away by Wall, and it's gone up into the screen and out of play.
Well, it's been a couple of plays in a row now that if they were looking for something could have called. Morgan Riley tried to get to the corner from the front of the net, got hauled down. And now here, A.J. Greer. I mean, wow, that's fine. If you don't want to call it, then don't call those one-handed hooking penalties the other way.
Chris Rooney was the one looking right at that. Jean Hebert is the other referee. Devin Berg and Johnny Murray are the linesmen. Face off to the right. In the Toronto zone where this period has been played. Leafs playing it around the boards to the near side to Nyes. He's kept in there on a good pinch by Mikkola. It's back to the net as it comes into the slot area. Back to the point, a one-timer. That deflected wide of the net. Leafs trying to come away with the loose puck, and it is Matthews getting it ahead and pinched off the boards and brought out at center ice now by Marner. Marner to Matthews in on the left wing. Matthews in with the backhand, and that went wide as he was taken down. Panthers get it to the line, but not out. Nyes into the slot. Nyes is in on goal! Shot it just wide. The rebound down the boards. The Leafs still without a shot on goal as it's cleared to center. But now this crowd is into it again. Shot right back down into Florida territory. Far side for Sam Bennett. Bennett gets it out on the wing, but no one there. Leafs will have possession back at their own blue line. Riley getting it ahead and off the stick of Pacioretty into the zone for Bobby McMahon. McMahon along the wall getting it along for Domi. Domi tried to center, but it was blocked. Domi getting it back along the boards again. Domi trying to look for a man in front. Pacioretty chipped it just wide of the far post. Leafs with a couple of scoring chances here. Played out at center ice by Florida. Tkachuk sends it down into the left wing corner for Sam Bennett. Bennett and Carlo after it as the puck goes to back of the net. Morgan Riley taking it to safety to play it into the corner for Brandon Carlo, who got it up on the boards, but not out. And Domi got it out into the center ice area. Kulikov shoots it right back into the Toronto end. Far side for Marchand. Marchand goes around back of the net, off the skate of Riley to the near boards. Marchand with it again. Gives the puck away to Morgan Riley. He's going to send it out into neutral ice. Kulikov at the Florida blue line. Gets it up on the left wing. Odd man rush here for Florida, but Marchand had it roll off his stick. It comes back up on the near wing. Leafs trying to punch it out at center, and Willie has a break down the left wing. Nylander closes, and he shot it wide. Pass on the far side kept in by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And around back of the net. Here's Benoit winding and shooting, and that's wide. Leafs have not hit the net with a shot yet. Down into the corner for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg trying to free it up for Willie. Willie trying to get it out in front. Nylander kicking it free. Nylander along the boards back towards the blue line. Still with it along the line into the slot area. Rolls in front of the goal. Stopped by Bobrovsky. What a play by William Nylander.
Boy, fortunate that the puck ended up back on his stick. As I believe it was John Tavares, Joe, with his back to the goal, just redirected the pass through his legs and back onto the stick of Nylander. But Nylander had sort of gone too far past the post and had to reach back before flicking it into Bobrovsky.
No score, first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas apparel program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.ca.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Firefighter Finn McHose, that's a nickname, right? Needed help contending with a blaze of debt. He called Alpine Credits and a superhero was sent his way. Summoning water, she extinguished the fire and consolidated his debt into one low monthly payment. His floors may be wet.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. My God, there are thousands of people here in the chat listening to our Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers in Game 7. If you can't get up for a Game 7, there's something wrong with you. Because it is what it's all about right here. There is no tomorrow, only right now, only tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button if you're new, and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Toronto Maple Leafs game of the season. Thank you, and we'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go! Come on, let's get it going! Let's fire up those Maple Leafs, and we need another goal! Come on, buds!
He would never take him duck hunting because he'd never shoot.
Oh, they bring Brian McCabe.
Draw one by the Leafs. Comes back to the point. Ekman-Larsson faked the shot. Sends it back of the net for Matthews. Matthews couldn't get it in front. Into the corner, Evan Rodriguez trying to get it out, but it's stolen back by Nyes, but it bounced over his stick and comes to center ice. Barkov sends it down into the corner. Ekman-Larsson up against the boards. Matthews bowled over his man back of the net. Puck comes up on the near wing for Nyes. He can't get it out. Puck along the boards. Matthews stole it back, and he starts it out for Marner. Marner to his defenseman now as the Leafs are changing. Benoit will wait patiently in his own zone and now go to the bench as he gives it off there to Jake McCabe. McCabe cautiously coming out of his own end with a pass ahead for Steven Lorentz, who gets by one. He's tripped up, but no call again. Back into the corner, it comes back to the point. Played in along the boards and around back of the net to the near corner. It will get to the near side. And now Scotty Lawton back of the net. Tried to center. That's jammed out in front and swallowing it up finally is Bobrovsky. but 2 obvious penalties have not been called.
I mean, that's at least, and like I said, if there was a cheap one called back the other way, in fact, even maybe a legit one called back the other way, this crowd would be going nuts. As the Leafs starting to get their legs here in Game 7 and push back a little bit. Great work by the fourth line, or third/fourth line.
Draw in the Florida zone to the right of Bobrovsky. Tavares taking the draw for Toronto. Wins it cleanly. Riley at the point. Plays it along the boards and in back of the net for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg allowed to come out, but the swinging stick there of Bobrovsky knocked it away on a good paddle down play. And now Florida gets it out at center. Long shoot in there by Lundell. Goes wide of the Leaf goal. Cleared out at center ice and then slashed right back down into Toronto territory. Pontus Holmberg has it back in his own zone.
St. Florida did clear, so they're going to blow it offside. Now,
Kind of strange. The Leafs had full control of the puck. Didn't think that they were being pressured by a Florida player.
They're going to face off at center ice, but the Leafs go from having full control of it to having to win a face-off to get the puck back.
Domi will face off, and he wins the draw cleanly, and the Leafs have it back in their own zone. Chip to the line. Domi is able to get in over the line and couldn't get it under control as Pacioretty was driving the net as it comes back to the point. Now to McCabe. McCabe with a wrist shot in traffic is still free. Knocked at the net, stopped by Bobrovsky. It's grabbed back now by Tanev. To the point to McCabe. Back to Chris Tanev. Return to McCabe. McCabe shot in traffic, deflected wide. Where's the puck? It goes back off the back of the goal. It's cleared to the line and off McCabe, or off Tanev rather, and down in... I don't know about that. I think that went off Chris Tanev, don't you?
Well, there's your big break of the period, right? You get a face-off back in the Florida zone. Of course, now...
They're going to discuss this.
This could be a center ice face-off.
Yeah, I believe it is. It did, and they're saying that it was, and that's the right play. That's the right call. It's the unfortunate part that the other 2 calls, that were all still the right call, were not made.
Well, the Leafs another couple of opportunities. Still only 2 official shots on goal, so only done as equal what Florida did at home in Game 6, where they were held to just 2 shots on goal in the opening period, and that was while having the only 2 power plays of the period.
6:17 left in the first, no score. Matthews lost the draw. Nyes trying to get to it, has chopped it high in the air, volleyballed by Florida to center. And the Leafs will backpedal in their own zone to get it to Benoit. He had some difficulties with it, got it back again. Now has it in his skates, trying to play it up the middle, and he does to Marner, who saucers it ahead for Matthews. To Nyes, and in over the line comes Marner. He's got a man going to the front of the net. Oh, and it was a great pass intended there for Oliver Ekman-Larsson that just failed to connect. Leafs back in their own zone. For all of this pressure that Florida had in amassing the first 7 shots of the game, the Leafs have had the better scoring chances. Puck in the center ice area. Here's Scotty Laughton in alone. He's in a goal. Backhand stop by Bobrovsky. Oh my!
Boy, this was a great job on the back check by Luostarinen, who just gets his stick on Scotty Laughton's. Now, it almost worked to Laughton's advantage, Joe, where pushed the puck to the left of Bobrovsky, but Laughton wasn't able to recover to get the shot off.
No score, first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 in the Maple.
Sports are all about moments.
One of the most incredible, miraculous finishes we have ever seen.
And you can hear them all.
He scores! Alex Ovechkin!
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Good evening, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans. It's time for you to click that link that's pinned in the chat and help us raise money for SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Our buds are on the ice for Game 7 and you're hanging out here having a good time. And we're making a difference. with every single view is calculated into our donation to SickKids Hospital as part of our Playoff Pulse campaign. And you can add to that total right now when you click that link and donate, or just even share it out. Send it out to a few people. Let's see if we can't make a big difference tonight together as a community while we cheer on our Maple Leafs. Now let's get back to cheering. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Come on, fans. Let's do this. We got to cheer hard and cheer on our Maple Leafs. We got to get behind them. Game 7, baby. That's what it's all about.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Face off in the Florida zone to the left. Panthers with 8 shots, the Leafs with 2, but the Leafs have had the better scoring chances, and they haven't resulted in shots. Draw, won by the Leafs. Back to the point it comes. Brendan Carlo! That struck a body, and now a centering pass, a backhand. Stuffed it there. Stopped by Bobrovsky on the short side. Tkachuk gets it out at center. Here's Bennett in over the line. Bennett with a shot that goes off the stick of Carlo and up into the screen and out of play.
I do like the Leafs, though. They're doing what the Panthers did earlier in the period. You win a draw, get traffic in front, and hammer it. And right here, Bobby McMahon, who's still looking to break through here in the postseason. 23 games when you go back to the end of the regular season and now for Bobby McMahon. But if he were to score, this would be the game you would love to see it.
Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. Tavares wins it cleanly, and Tanev is back of the Toronto net. He's going to start out with a pass up at center. That goes off a stick, but it is corralled now by Florida. Brought back in with a wrist shot wide of the goal by Verhaeghe. Far corner now for Tkachuk. Tkachuk to Bennett. Bennett trying to work it back in along the boards, and Tanev got there, but then it's poked into the near corner. Florida with it again, trying to come out with it as Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe with a shot that explodes off the shin pad of McCabe and goes all the way back down into Florida territory, allowing both teams to change. 4:35 to go in a scoreless first. Brought to center ice and launched high into the Toronto zone. Brandon Carlo back of the net to play into the corner, but Barkov has cut it off. Barkov engaged there by Matthews, who got it freed up for Matthew Nyes. Nyes misfires on a pass, and there's the chance for Rodriguez. Going to the net, a big save by Wall. Into the corner now for Reinhart. Back it goes Rodriguez, a shot, glove by Joey Wall.
Boy, Leafs almost out of their own zone. Nyes couldn't get it the rest of the way, but Joe, I love the compete by Austin Matthews on Sasha Barkov to steal the puck and get it going in the right direction. But Nyes, I think, was trying to chip it to open ice to go after it, but it was kept in. But it was a great battle between Matthews and Barkov.
Face off in the Toronto zone. Lawton taking the draw for the Maple Leafs, lost it to Lundell, kept in now Forsling around back of the net, had it tipped away by Tanev. Tanev gets it ahead, but doesn't get it out, now finds a pass and gets it ahead, and a pass is over the line, right, breakaway, stopped by Bobrovsky. What a play made by Scotty Lawton, and Steven Lorenz was in alone.
Boy, and he had more time and space.
Could have gone wide,
yeah,
couldn't he?
To take it to the net. Bobrovsky well out at the top of the crease. But we've also seen Lawton use that shot that could be pretty lethal. Remember his short-handed goal against Colorado in this building at the end of the ice from well out.
Face off to the left of Bobrovsky. Domi will take the face off. Pacioretty and McMahon are with him. And the draw won by the Panthers, cleared to the line, but kept in by Toronto. Into the corner for McMahon. McMahon one-hands it to the side of the goal. That was knocked back into the corner, and Domi sending it back from whence it came. Now Domi along the near wall, got it freed up for Bobby McMahon. To the point it comes to Riley. D to D far side, long shot. No one there, although it was a valiant effort by Domi and Pacioretty to try to get to the front of the net before the shot from Brandon Carlo came. But Carlo had to get it away in a hurry as he was pressured.
Max Domi, when he was with Carolina, Joe, had 2 goals in a Game 7 win. And you see, he looks like he's engaged, doesn't he? I thought he was very good in Game 6. Had the secondary assist on the insurance goal by Max Pacioretty in the 3rd period.
Draw to the left. Matthews out there for Toronto, wins the draw. Back to the blue line, it'll come to McCabe. McCabe sends it towards the net, but it's off the stick of Sam Reinhart and ramping up into the screen and out of play with 3:28 to go here in period number 1. No score, Game 7, but things tightening up in the shots on goal department now, 7-6.
You don't know whether the Leafs had to survive the Panthers in the early going or survive themselves.
Draw to the right of Bobrovsky. Matthews lost the face-off. Marner unable to get to it, but Nyes partially blocks that as it comes into the point. Now here's Matthews closing, and a wrist shot is taken off the shoulder by Bobrovsky and held.
Well, Game 7s is they could be a microcosm of the 6 previous games that got you here, right? The ebbs and flows, the ups and downs, the pushes and the pushbacks. And we've seen the pushback for the Leafs here after being outshot 7-0. Shots are now even with 3:18 to go in the first.
Face off to the right of Bobrovsky with Tavares out now with Nylander and Pontus Holmberg. And the draw won by Florida. Chipped on the glass. Nylander is there. Puck comes back along the boards for Tavares. Tavares couldn't get it to his defense. And the Panthers are able to break it to center and shoot it high. That was into the screen and out of play. And so a face-off will come back out into the center ice area with 3:04 to go in the period. This is my 13th. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, my 19th. Game 7.
How many for me?
I don't do your stats. I just kind of look after my stats.
No,
but we're friends.
No
we're still
kidding.
friends.
No kidding.
We're still friends. Well, you weren't around with me in 82.
Well, they have been since 97.
Well, then how many have you got?
I don't keep track of stats like that.
No, apparently not.
No.
You rarely keep track of any stats.
You ask me that 2 out of 3 times every game.
Yes, you do. Shot down into the Florida zone. Bobrovsky tucking it around back of the net. It'll find Tkachuk, who gets it out at center. Carlos sends it back into the zone, and the Leafs are getting a change going. 2:36 to play in the first period, no score. Panthers deflect it down into the Toronto zone. Wall missed that, but it goes to Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who gets it to Matthews. And Matthews, having difficulties with Tkachuk, is able to take it away from him and find Benoit on the near boards. Benoit straight up ice to center. Tried to get it in over the line and did, then was knocked down by Seth Jones. I don't think that was interference. Would have hit by Matthews here, but it's cleared out at center. The Leafs are going to have too many men on the ice.
Yeah, they got that one.
Yeah, they got that one right.
And you got to call it. Leafs going to the bench in a line change, and I think Chris Tanev thought, you know what? Rather than give up a breakaway from the red line in, I'm going to have to eat this one. It was just, puck was in the Florida zone when the Leafs trying to get the change in, but it was swatted out to center in the midst of a change.
And right near the Leaf bench.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, if you're Chris Tanev, you got to make that executive decision to say, we'll take the penalty kill ahead of the breakaway.
Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. Panthers are 4 of 22 on the power play in this series, and they win the faceoff. Back to the point it comes to Jones. Jones back to the blue line to Ekblad. Ekblad over on the far side, looking for Tkachuk back of the net, but a broken stick, and then a clearing attempt by the Leafs was knocked down. It's kept alive by the Panthers. Along the board, stolen, trying to poke it free there was the Leafs, and it is Matthews out fighting his man to get it out and down the ice.
Seen that a number of times from Matthews here in the first, winning those puck battles.
Period will end in about 5 seconds after this power play expires. Played down into the zone. Tipped back towards the blue line, but it's going to roll to center ice. Jones goes back to organize again for Florida. Jones stick handling to the red line, now to the blue line, then dropping it back. Brought in over the line by Reinhart. Reinhart gets it into the slot for Jones to the left wing side. Unable to shoot it was Tkachuk. Tkachuk gets it down back of the net though. Now to Tkachuk now on the far half boards. Looking in front with a pass that deflected off the stick and comes to the near wing. Cleared around the boards to the far side. Nyes can't get it. Back to the point it comes to Ekblad. Ekblad with a shot that deflects wide. Tkachuk in the far corner with it again. Tkachuk looking in front goes back to the net. Trying to find a band. It comes back to Barkov on the near half boards. Barkov stretching things out. Passes down low. Pass back comes to Barkov again. Back to the point. One-timer coming. Stop. Rebound. Still free in front of the goal. Battling hard for the Leafs to get it back to the blue line. Another shot blocked it away. And cleared by the Leafs down the ice. Big save made by Joey Wall. 10 seconds left in the penalty, 15 in the period. Brought to the line and in. Panthers into the corner, centering pass goes wide. Rebound's going to come to center ice, and the Leafs get by the first penalty, and the period will end with nothing on the board.
And with a penalty kill, is going to end on a high as this crowd on their feet. Saluting the guy being shown up on the scoreboard right now, and that's Joseph Wall. Heading off the ice into the Leaf dressing room. And Walt, nothing spectacular. But boy, in Game 7, the margin of error is so razor thin. He gave absolutely nothing to the Florida Panthers, and you tip your cap at the other end of the ice as well, as Sergei Bobrovsky had to make the more difficult saves. The partial break, well, it was a breakaway by Lawton, but didn't get a crisp shot off. Then you had the break by Steven Lorenz. You had the save off Willie Nylander. And Bobrovsky probably, out of his 7, had the more difficult saves to make. But Joseph Wall just gives you all kinds of confidence in there.
7 shots and probably 3, maybe 4 good scoring chances that didn't result in a shot on goal.
Yeah. So I think if you're Craig Berube, we said, I don't know how much of it was Florida, how much of it was Toronto, or what the combination was. But the Leafs, it seemed like they just had to survive that first 7 or 8 minutes to be able to get their legs and get the crowd back into this, because the whole building got really nervous for that stretch until they were able to get it going.
Well, not me. I was very calm, cool, and collected, I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant the other 19,000 people that are in here.
Good. Okay. Well, that's good.
I didn't mean to exclude you.
I don't like to be included in such frivolous things like that. Thank you. All right. We'll ship it off to Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart. No score, first period, Game 7. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
There's a world where New Wave rolls. First Wave, where 80s era alternative and cult classics play 24/7. Get your New Wave fix on First Wave. Channel 33, or listen at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, and other internet-connected devices and speakers.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederik Andersen, number 1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization. I got high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
It's a pleasure to have back on the program Coach Joel Quenneville, back behind an NHL bench next fall.
And I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity to be in Anaheim. Working with Beaker over the last couple of weeks, we're having a lot of fun. The personnel and the young kids, it kind of represents and reminds me of what we had in Chicago when I first went there. And
Cheers, Insiders! What a first period that was. Holy Mackinac, that was a hell of a first period. Man, our Leafs, I don't think they knew that the game started. Holy cow, that was miserable from our buds in the beginning. Oh, God, there's my microphone way up there. All right, we got it. So good to see everybody here in the chat. There you go. There's Ryan T in the house. Joel. We got Don D. Rich. Lose. We want Carolina. We want Carolina. Who wants Carolina? Our Maple Leafs want Carolina. What a first period that was. The Buds finally rebounded. Had a lot of good chances. That was a great period of hockey. And I am super excited for the next 40 minutes of hockey or more. Because that was wide open. We could see overtime tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7 would be wild. There you go. There's Stefan in the chat. All right. Andrew Hurd, good to see you, Andrew. Couple things. Popo. Hey, Mad Max. What's up, Mad Max? Joel, thank you, man. Thank you. I love my chain. Love it. Since I was a kid. All right. Where is Popo? There he is. Mongolia in the house. I have got to find that I screenshotted it, Popo, because we have a special message. And in the meantime, we also had a donation to SickKids Hospital. Wendy, thank you for donating to SickKids Hospital tonight during the Leafs game. $50 donation. Wendy, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Just by being here, you are making a difference in our community. And by helping our SickKids Hospital donation, we've donated over $10,000 in 11 months. And we're waiting for this next donation to finish up here in the end of May for that year mark of since we've been doing stuff with SickKids Hospital and donating every single game. Just by being here, you're making a difference. All right, happy 6th birthday to Popo's daughter, Facheche Batar. I hope I pronounced it right. Happy birthday, Facheche. Have fun. All the way in Mongolia. That is so cool. Everybody wish a happy birthday. There you go. The weird guy on the screen again. Bern, how you doing, my man? Good to see you, Bern. Cheers. All right. The Leafs intermission is back on. Happy 6th birthday to Facheche Batar. All the way in Mongolia. I love it. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat during the second intermission. Time to go refill this drink. Cheers, everybody.
As they were pretty much hemmed in their zone for the first 10 minutes of the period. Great job by Joseph Wall. They had the game's first, it was 8 shots, but dropped back down to 6. They found a way to weather the storm before now going back on the offensive end, getting some opportunities. You saw Lawton with the breakaway. You saw Lorenz with the breakaway near the end there. So it was a pretty good counter punch by the Toronto Maple Leafs as they sort of evened it out. But I think before the penalty, the power play there for Florida, I think Florida maybe only had 1 shot in that second half of that first period. So not the ideal start, but they found a way to get momentum back into their side. They lost it, obviously, with the too many men call. But, going in 0-0 with the energy and the momentum going into the second, they have to ride that wave and find a way to get the game's first goal.
Yeah, in a way, when we describe the first period, it is the series. Florida would hem the Leafs in for minutes at a time, and they certainly did at the start of this game. I had the shot attempts at 21-0, and I know they may have audited a couple out, but the Leafs had nothing in 6.5 minutes and finally chipped away at that. And the other thing is the Leafs, as you say, with Lorenz and Lawton, even Nylander had an opportunity. They get in behind the Panthers, don't they?
Yeah, they do a good job sort of sneaking in behind them. They're doing a lot of stretch zone passes and advancing the puck and sort of chipping it into speed. So great job by that. Bobrovsky, finished this period pretty strong for sitting around for the first 7.5, 8 minutes, but they were getting their opportunities. Marner almost found OEL backdoor. Yeah. Pacioretty was in the slot on a bit of a scramble play too, so sort of back and forth. I'd probably have the scoring chances close to even. My one concern on the on the Toronto Maple Leaf front, 15 block shots in the first 20 minutes. Like, they're on pace now for 45, and why I'm worried about that is because as you're blocking too many, as the game gets a little bit longer and a little bit tighter, you now sort of tend to maybe get out of the way because they've taken too many chunks out of you. But not the ideal start, but they found a way to respond. That 2-minute penalty killed a little bit of momentum. But if I'm Craig Barube, I'm saying, you know what? wasn't our best start, but we found a way to sort of get that counter punch, get back into the game. Let's keep this momentum and ride into the first half of the second period.
Yeah, I mean, if you're blocking 15 shots in 20 minutes, you're spending a lot of time in your own zone.
Yeah, but again, it's, I call it the puck possession procession where, yeah, Florida, they did have some opportunities, but a lot of it was from the outside. A lot of the shots were sort of that, 40-foot jumper here in shooting for sticks or redirects. But Wall's doing a good job in finding those pucks. The defense have done a great job in boxing out. There's no real second or third opportunities. I think Toronto probably has the edges in those second and third scrambles. So they're doing a good job protecting that interior that Barube puts so much emphasis on with his system. But anyway, you dice it. You don't want to be getting stuck in your end. I think it starts with the breakouts. The neutral zone was a little bit sloppy. They weren't advancing the puck past the blue line, let alone the tops of the circles, getting it on the forecheck. They weren't skating as much. As they made the pass from the defense to the winger, the puck carrier would sort of just be flaring to the side, going east-west as opposed to north-south. So a little bit more north-south hockey, advancing the puck, and ultimately getting more shots on Bobrovsky.
So let's talk about the whistle. Clearly the penalty was justified. It was too many men on the ice. They got caught in a turnover situation as they were in mid-change, and Tanev swallowed the puck wisely, so instead of giving it up and creating a breakaway. But that's the only penalty you're going to see. It was blatant. The other stuff, there's a lot of falling and tripping, whatever, that's not going to get called.
Well, if you're going to turn your blind eye to the jaywalking, you might as well turn your blind eye to that. I think they could have easily called 2 or 3 on the Florida Panthers. You saw Greer on McMahon. That's an easy hold, but I understand what they're doing. They're trying to let the guys play and not have it being decided by power plays and penalty kills. But they got caught on a bad change. But Tanev, as he said, he's probably, it's probably going to be a breakaway. I'm going to break it off. We'll take our chances on the penalty kill. So not ideal, but at least, hopefully it's going to be consistent and not be ticky-tacking. And through 20 minutes, you know what? I don't mind it.
No. Got that sample size of 20 minutes. What do you expect? How do you expect the second period to start?
Well, it starts with a kill, obviously, right? They got the penalty kill, but I think for them now, they want to keep that ice tilt to getting in on the forecheck, but you got to capitalize. You got that breakaway. You can't. You got to score one eventually, right?
Well, it just seems like they're like a half beat off on the breakaway, right?
Yeah, right. But again, it's the nerves. It's the moment. It is very, very big, right? But we talked about, guys that are looking to be that unsung heroes. And I mentioned the Lorentzes. I mentioned the Laughtons. The team is sort of, in Florida, isolating and really keying in on the top 2 lines. If you're going to get those opportunities, you got to make the most of it.
We're going to call that guy the next statue.
Bronze. What's below bronze there? 4th place, whatever material that is.
Nickel's big around here, so
copper. Yeah.
Tariffed. Anyway, so obviously the Leafs weathered the storm there, and we're better for it. And there's an ultimate lesson about bend but don't break is that first 7 minutes.
They easily could have been down 2-0, but they found a way to sort of stay in the game and actually get momentum back. And we said it could have been 2-0, but Toronto, they had 2 or 3 legitimate scoring chances. Yeah. They just have to make the most of it for the final 40 minutes.
Yeah, both teams will take scoreless after 20 minutes, which is where we are. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey. Wherever you are, we are right here. TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor...
All right, here I am to talk a little bit more, because, we have to, right? It's my channel. I can do what I want. Cheers, everybody. All right. Da Popo. Man, that's so awesome. How cool is this? This is why I do what I do, okay? This is why I do what I do. We're connecting sports fans all over the world. How cool is that we could say happy birthday to a kid in Mongolia, all the way across the world? I'm here in Chicago. You all are from wherever the heck you said you were when we asked you to say where you were watching from in the chat. And we're all hanging out, keeping it classy, having a good time, and we are making a difference with SickKids Hospital. I am so excited for next week. Samara with SickKids, we're putting some things together now in the works, hopefully to get out for the Stanley Cup Finals. It is going to be absolutely insane, and I can't wait to share it with all of you. We've got to get this thing going here. We need to get the Go Leafs Go chant going there. The spamming, I really hate spam, And yeah, I wish it made me richer. But man, the spam thing is really annoying. But go Leafs go during Game 7 is really hard for me to like spam that, like timeout that. So like, just be respectful when you're hitting that go Leafs go. Don't copy paste it and hit it 18 times in a row and flood the chat. The chat is flying tonight. Like Brandy said, I can't even keep up. It's insane. Look at this. Louisa Cons TKD. There's Frederick. Let's go Leafs. That's how we do it, Frederick. Get her done in the house from Cambodia. I love it. This is so cool. There you go. We got Ontario in the house. We've got everywhere in the world covered. As well, if you haven't checked it out, please click on our live viewers tab on our website. The link is in the description. Right under the link to donate to SickKids Hospital. If you click that, you'll see where everyone in the world is watching from, and you'll see all the places that we've hit. Every single continent on the earth has already been clicked during a TSI live stream. All right, let's get ready for the second period. Holy my God, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Third period. Woo, jeez. There you go, Ryan. Burlington, Ontario. Man, I had family in Burlington. That's so cool. So cool. All right, there you go. Steve says I need help reading this fast. Yes, it is fast. But thank you all for being here and chatting it up and cheering on our Maple Leafs. Now let's get to it. Refill those drinks. Let's get back to the intermission before we take it back to the period here. Wait, 102,643 subscribers / insiders here on the channel. Let's get 103,000 tonight. 337 or 657 away. Yeah, 357 away. We can do this. We can do this. There you go. Go Leafs go. Big second period ahead. Come on, let's get fired up. Who's excited? Are you with me? Are you ready? Come on, Leafs fans, let's go. Let's get them fired up. Let's cheer them on loud. Let's go get a few goals. And let's talk back in the second intermission. Hopefully with a few more smiles. Go Leafs go. Sorry, I had to, guys. I'm really fired up. See you back in the chat.
Incredible, miraculous finishes we have ever seen.
And you can hear them all.
He scores! Alex Ovechkin! There's a new goal-scoring champion!
As they happen.
Oh my goodness! Shohei Ohtani, a sayonara swing!
Live in the moment.
Rory McIlroy on his knees. He's won the Masters.
With live sports on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederik Andersen, #1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization. Got high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
It's a pleasure to have back on the program Coach Joel Quenneville, back behind an NHL bench next fall.
And I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity to be in Anaheim. Working with Beaker over the last couple of weeks, we're having a lot of fun. The personnel and the young kids kind of represents and reminds me of what we had in Chicago when I first went there. And we got a really young team that's going to be exciting to work with for sure.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
No score after 20 minutes of play. The second period is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. The Leafs blocked 15 shots in that first period, most of them in the first 7 minutes.
Yeah, a few in the power play near the end as well. But that was really the story of Game 6 as well, right? All the blocks by the Leafs.
Leafs
over 30, wasn't it 31, 32?
Yep. And it has been their DNA from the start of this season. And Chris Tanev has been the leader in that department throughout the course of the season.
I tell you, Chris and his brother Brandon, we just saw in the playoffs with Winnipeg. I hope they had great childhoods. I assume they do, because as adults they've taken just beat, and you give them credit. That's character.
Puck is dropped, and we're underway as the Leafs poke it to the blue line, but quickly played to center and then shot into Florida territory. Out of the net, Bobrovsky giving it into the corner. Big hit there, and the Leafs play it back in along the boards. And
somebody's hurt. A linesman or referee.
Linesman is down.
No, a referee, yeah.
Yep.
And that was a high stick from Mikkola that I believe came up and got the official.
And they're calling for maybe a stretcher. Yeah, they're asking for a doctor or somebody to come out onto the ice here.
Boy, I mean, you just told. It looked like it came up under
the visor and everything else, right?
Yeah.
So a dangerous situation here. And the doctor coming onto the ice. I'm not sure which official it is, and they're bringing the stretcher out right away.
Yeah, I believe it's...
no, now they're waving the stretcher off. Okay.
I believe it's Johnny Bear, Joe, that is down.
All right.
Yeah, that high stick in the corner came right up underneath the visor.
Garrett Rank is the backup referee.
Boy, and there's some blood in the corner.
Yeah.
Right along the boards.
And that is a scary situation, and they are very quickly out there now. The stretcher is on the ice, but it's down 2 hour left, and has people there have stopped and not gone to the fallen official, who is now up and being assisted off by a trainer from either team. So we are going to be maybe playing old-time hockey here with one referee.
Well, no, they'll have the replacement ref out, I believe, fairly quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what situation they must have to have them almost sitting with equipment on.
Yeah, in the room.
In the room.
Yep.
They have got the, and here he is. Wow. So Garrett Rank has come on to replace Jean Hebert.
But yeah, we certainly hope Jean Hebert is okay. As you know, in some ways you shake your head and say, how doesn't this happen more often? So many sticks coming up. But he leaves the ice, and I believe the face-off will stay in the Florida zone to the left of Sergei Bobrovsky.
A scary moment for the officials here.
Of course, it may not feel like a huge bonus right now, but you've got some of the best medical staffs in the world on hand right away to be able to diagnose, assess, and get them the proper treatment as soon as possible. And this comes just 13 seconds here into the second period. And as you could imagine, it's sort of taken the light
out of the building a little bit, hasn't it? Yeah, they're still working on the ice, cleaning up where the blood.
And you and I will never forget that fateful day in Ottawa.
No, I will never, ever forget that. Brian Berard on a high stick by Bosa. And lost the sight in his eye.
Yep, miraculously, was still able to come back and play after that. Looks like we're about good to get going here.
Well, we got some water that they're
even doing the glass now.
Wow. Yep.
In the corner. So a scary moment. I mean, it doesn't always take something like this. You could look at what the Winnipeg Jets and Mark Scheifele went through yesterday. That as much as this is a sport and people are passionate, it's not life and death.
No, and it's played by people, right? People with feelings and issues and everything else. And to the Scheifele's, Kitchener native, our deepest sympathy.
Yes, and the entire Winnipeg Jet family.
Yep. Here we go. Face off to the left in the Florida zone is controlled by the Panthers. Around back of the net for Sam Reinhart. He's going to flip it high to the line. It's volleyballed out at center, but now carried back by Florida and shot into the near corner. It goes around back of the net. Jake McCabe got there first to get it up on the wing, and the Leafs Marner chops it out at center ice. Jones has to go back in his own zone. Errant pass controlled by Toronto at their own blue line. Brandon Carlo flipping it in, but it's going to be from the wrong side of center. And an icing call will come here to send the face-off back in the Toronto zone.
Well, Carlo kind of had the option of trying to hit Matthew Nyes in the middle of the ice. I don't know if he thought Nyes was going to stay on and maybe be the first one into the loose puck on the right wing side, but Nyes had kind of peeled away as that line was going for a line chase.
Face off to the right of Joseph Wall. Draw one by Florida. Tkachuk with a shot that deflects to the far side. A drive is kicked away by goaltender Wall, and the puck is pushed out at center ice by Toronto. They'll get the rest of the change going. Errant pass now the other way, and it will be waved off on a generous wave by the linesman. The puck around back of the Toronto goal. Brandon Carlo was going to step into his man, and Tavares is able to get it out at center. Pontus Holmberg trying to create a disturbance there, but the puck comes back to center ice, and the Leafs have it now at their own blue line. A rink-wide pass is backhanded down into the zone. It goes wide of the net. Holmberg into the forecheck, but can't get to it before Bennett sends it around to his defense, and it's played out at center ice. Reinhart getting it over on the left wing side for Bennett. Bennett kicking it back. Marchand shot went wide. Kept in now, and the Leafs have it in the corner and sending it around the boards. It'll come to center ice. Going to get shot right back in again, though. And it is Benoit on the far boards, mishandling the puck. Gets back against the boards, but it is Marchand trying to come out in front. Knocked away by the Leafs. But again, Pontus, or at least Yarncrook, couldn't come up with it. Marchand in around back of the net. Marchand to the far point. Gets it back there to Kulikov, and a shot in traffic went wide. Batted at, but not out. Here's another shot. Stopped by Wall and grabbed off by Benoit. Cleared to the line, but not out again. And now it does come to center. Yarncrook will send it down into Florida territory to allow a change.
Boy, not many times are you going to get three opportunities to clear and not pay for it.
Domi in on the left wing was knocked down from behind by Nosek. The puck around to the side of the goal. It came off the side of the goal, and now Pacioretty back to the point to Tanev. Quickly to the far side to McCabe. McCabe trying to send it in, and it comes to center ice, and Carlo has to wait patiently to touch it because he might have had too many men on the ice. Now a shot from the left wing by Greer is swallowed up by Wall on a fairly easy save that took him right into the chest. And he'll stop play to bring a face-off in the Toronto end. No score. We're approaching 3 minutes played in the second period of this Game 7.
Really, the Leafs are starting this period, Joe, like they did the first. There's some hiccups in their own zone, inability to clear, not as organized through the center ice area, and not much offensive zone time.
Face off to the right of Joey Wall. As we mentioned, Anthony Stolars is in uniform and backing up here this evening, which is great news there. But the Panthers keep the puck in at the point with a long shot that went well wide. Pinching down Mikula. He gets trapped, and the Leafs trying to take advantage as Nyes gets it ahead to Matthews in across the line. Matthews looking for Marner. Marner back to the point to Carlo with a shot, and that didn't reach the net as it was blocked in front. Pushed out at center ice. Brought in over the line now by Seth Jones. Breaking to the net, a shot, he scores! Jones coming into the rush down the right wing. Opens the scoring as the Leafs get trapped. And the veteran defenseman has made it 1-0 Panthers.
It was Morgan Riley, Joe, that stepped up in front of the Florida bench to try to keep the play in. It was chipped past him to Seth Jones. Brendan Carlo decides he's going to play it as a 2-on-1 and take the pass away. And Jones with the perfect shot. And, you know, this is just where you got to think like they did in Game 6. Defense first. You collapse. Back.
Third goal of the playoffs for Jones on a bullet that went over the shoulder of Wall and into the top corner.
That's really their first chance off the rush, isn't it?
Yep. Forsling shooting it down into the Toronto zone. Played into the corner, and now Benoit will start out with a flip high to center ice that's knocked down. Chipped ahead by Oliver Ekman-Larsson, but the linesmen say it was over and back. And the faceoff is going to come into the center ice circle.
Well, 2 games out of the 6 that did not see the team that scored first win. We're Game 2 here in Toronto. Panthers opened the scoring. In Game 3 in Florida, where the Leafs not only had the first goal, but the first 2 goals of the game before the Panthers came back, won that one in overtime.
Shot down into Florida territory. Bobrovsky leaving it there for Forsling. Forsling a bank pass out at center and brought in over the line now on the left wing side by Verhaeghe. Played into the corner, chipped back at the net by Tanev. Tanev gets it back again, plays it off the wing, and now Nylander just gets it to center where it's now shot quickly right back into the Toronto end. Panthers are changing as Tanev gets it ahead on the right side. Brought in over the line by Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg taken to the boards, but got it into the corner for Tavares, who sends it around to the near wing for Nylander. Nylander to the point, long shot in traffic, doesn't get through, and it is brought to center ice by Kulikov. Kulikov in on the left wing. Trying to drive there is Lundell. Broken up now, and it is Marchand coming out of the corner with a pass in front that goes back to the point. Kulikov keeps it in. Near side for Schmidt. A shot in traffic that didn't get through. Here's Marchand with it again. Got around one. Played it off on the left wing. Schmidt with it once more. Back to Marchand. Shot coming. Blocked there by Benoit. But again, the Panthers have this scrum going as it comes in front of the net, and it is taken to safety finally by Nylander. Off the boards for Domi. Domi getting it back, and Willie comes through center. Nylander in on the right side with a shot. That was knocked away by Bobrovsky. Played down into the corner. Leafs trying to get back onto the puck, but it is grabbed off by Nate Schmidt, and Schmidt will airmail it high to the Toronto zone. Gobbled up there and set wide of the Toronto net. Domi chipping it out at center ice, but out of the reach of Steven Lorenz. And now shot right back down into the Toronto zone. Wall to his defenseman, played off the boards but not out, and then a shot blocked by Domi comes to center, but it's quickly shot right back into the Toronto zone. Carlo, a long lead pass off the stick of Yarncrook into Florida territory to allow the Leafs to get a change going. Pass up on the near wing, and Rodriguez will come out of the zone. Injured early in this series, but back into the lineup for the deciding 7th game. Tanev around back of the Toronto goal. Into the corner for Jake McCabe. Up ahead and a tip pass to the near wing for Nyes. He's going to rattle it in around the boards to the far side. In goes Matthews after it. The puck is pushed up on the wing but not out. Around back of the net for Marner. Marner in the corner. Marner cycles the puck back, but Matthews misread that, and it's cleared by Florida down to the far boards and down into the Toronto zone. Leafs go back to recover the puck. Got it ahead on the wing now for Benoit. Benoit lead pass to the left wing side for Domi. Tried to flip it in for Bobby McMahon. He played it in front of the net, but no one there. And it is brought to the red line and in over the line. And what a hit by Domi as he crumples for Hagee at the blue line. The pass is deflected down into the Toronto or into the Florida zone. Domi around back of the net. Domi trying to get it away from Bennett, but couldn't. And it's cleared by the Panthers to get it out at center ice. Left wing side, Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe stopping it up. Plays it around into the far corner for Marchand. Marchand unable to get to it. He was knocked down. And now the puck comes free and the Leafs are able to get it out at center ice. Pacioretty with a long shoot in that's gloved by Bobrovsky, and he'll play on to get it out at center. Lundell in across the line for Marchand. A shot. That was stopped as a rebound. The puck goes around back of the net. Marchand getting it back to the point. Mikkola sends it back into the corner. Marchand, a shot. Big save, rebound. Scores! Anton Lundell on a rebound. And the Florida Panthers have jumped to a 2-0 lead.
Another shift where the Leafs get hemmed into their own zone. And this is a shot from a rough angle, and I don't know whether this gets redirected, the initial shot, before it gets to Joseph Wall. But it's on the left wing. He's out square to the shot, and it goes off Wall and perfectly out the other way. And it might have been loose terrain, and Joe, that, yeah, you know what, this is deflected right in front of Wall. It's about chest high when he goes down on the butterfly, and it goes off his right pad, deflected straight down, and then the perfect rebound.
Fourth of the playoffs for Lundell, and the Leafs have got a huge hill to try and climb now. They play it into the Florida zone. Matthews into the forecheck, misses on a hit there on Barkov. Panthers get it out at center ice again. And to the line and in now on the right wing side. Rodriguez playing it into the side of the goal. Gets it back again. Tied up there by Tanev. And now McCabe getting it back to Tanev, who finds Nyes. And Nyes will play it high to center ice. Kicked by Marner. Left wing side and back for Marner on the right wing. Marner can't get there in time, but it is knocked high in the air. And the Panthers are able to fling it out at center. Barkov had it knocked off his stick by Tanev. Tanev into the corner against Barkov, jams him to the boards. Barkov couldn't handle the puck. Leafs are able to get it freed up for Marner, and Marner will play it ahead for Matthews. Matthews with Nyes across the line. Got a shot away, but it was well wide of the net, and it caroms back to the goal. Panthers get it back out at center and play it down into the Toronto end. Yarncrook hustling back after it to get it into the far corner for Brandon Carlo. Carlo's pass gets to the line, but not out. Played back in. Carlo intercepts that. Then he tried to make a pass that went off a leg. Leafs are able to come away with it. Benoit gets to center and sends it in. Into the rush now is Scotty Lawton. Centering in front, and the shot by Lorenz was blocked. Cleared out at center ice by the Panthers. Near side for Marchand. Marchand is bodied there by Lorenz. And Riley has the puck up on the wing, but Marchand is able to come away with it, but the Leafs get it to the line, but not out. Sent into the far corner. Puck around back into the far wing, and now Lorenz starts out with a lead pass, trying to find Lawton, who was at the blue line. Leafs getting a change in. 2-0 Florida here, all in the second period. Played around into the far corner. Hustling after it is Thomas Nosek. Nosek playing it back of the net. Leafs are slow to get to it. Pinching down is Mikkola. Now back of the net, Toronto with possession. And they'll work it around the boards and now try to come out with it. It was Tavares. Bank pass to center. Nylander couldn't get to it. Brought back in now by Jones. Centering pass. Big save. Rebound in front of the goal. They score. Oh, my. Another turnover and another goal. It's 3-0 Florida. Gadjevic with the goal.
Boy, this could be offside. I don't know if Gadjevic actually cleared the zone when the puck was brought back in. Leafs turned the puck over at center.
No, it is offside, yes.
The Leafs, boy, this could be. I mean, this is a gift. But I think this is going to be looked at right away. The Leafs are looking to make sure, but first glimpse we got was up on the scoreboard. We've yet to see it on the monitors here in the booth that are giving us. Boy.
It's not?
And unless, I don't know how the scoreboard really looked as though play was about a foot offside.
They're going to face it off here.
We still haven't seen a replay on the monitor.
Well, it's too late now.
Let's hope.
And the fans are booed because they saw it on the screen as well. Oh, my. Here's Barkov in with a shot. Wall blockers that away. Another drive from the point. And the stick comes up and clips one of the Leafs.
That was Marner, but it's on a follow-through, so it's not going to be a penalty.
Huh? Well, hometown television hasn't helped the Leafs out here.
No.
Have they? Well, we've got a break in the action, but it's been all Florida, and it's 3-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
At Canada's Wonderland, we're serious about our guests having fun. Seriously. Just listen to our park opening sale. Buy a 2025 Silver Pass for only $89 and get unlimited visits through Labor Day. Unlimited upside-down loops, unlimited ice cream cone licks, unlimited super spinny swings. Told you we were serious. New this summer, brave the elements with Alpenfury, Canada's first and fiercest launch coaster. Save $10 when you get your 2025 Silver Pass online at canadaswonderland.com. Plus processing fees up to $9.99 and applicable taxes.
Thanks to IKEA, my bedroom feels extra sleepy. These new blackout curtains keep it extra dark, and my new duvet keeps me extra cozy. But it also made my nighttime extra boring, because the monster under my bed is sleeping better too. Hey, buddy, wake up. Hey.
Don't scare me like that. What are you trying to do to me? Jeez.
Visit IKEA today and start sleeping better tomorrow with everything you need for the bedroom of your dreams.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
That was right from the blue line.
We are back here and still wondering why that angle that we saw on the big board above center ice and everybody else was seeing, why it has not been shown on a replay.
Yeah, and I just saw the end zone replay on it, and it looked like Gadjevic was trying to get out of the zone before it was being brought back in, but boy, the one we saw on the scoreboard, wow. You wonder, because you see the cameras, Joe, right down there on the blue line.
Wow. Well, that hill is now a mountain. Down around back of the net in the Toronto zone. Mikkola got it freed up, and the Leafs come away with it and bring it out at center ice as Lawton gets it ahead for Yarncrook, who sends it in. Lorenz going into the corner with Reinhart. The puck comes free, and out come the Panthers with it again. They'll get to center, and in it goes. And the Leafs have to go back after it as it comes to center. Brought in over the line by Lorenz, trying to find Yarncrook. It comes back to Lorenz, and a bouncing puck would not behave for him. He couldn't get a shot at the net. Oliver Ekman-Larsson getting it up on the right side for Max Domi. Domi to the line, can't get into the zone. Back come the Panthers now, and they've got an odd man rush developing here. Good play made there by Benoit to knock it away. The puck still in the Toronto zone, though. Here is Verhaeghe sending it around the boards to the far side, kept in there at the point. Around to the near side. Pacioretty couldn't get it away from Verhaeghe. Comes to the side of the goal, down his wall, trying to keep his foot on the post. The puck comes back. He's lost his goal stick. Back to the point it goes. Kept alive by Mikkola. Near side for Verhaeghe. Puck to the side of the net. Wall trying to get his stick again and has. It comes back to the goal for Marchand. Marchand getting it back into the slot. Wrist shot just off the far post and wide. Bobby McMahon can't get it out. Kept in by Florida. Boy, this has been just an absolute example of unbelievable forechecking, and another shot is blocked by Wall. The rebound comes in front of the net, down his wall, and they get a quick whistle.
I'll tell you, if this was a heavyweight fight, they might want to stop it. Because right now the Leafs are being outshot 11-1 in the second period. It was 7-0 to start the first. It's now 11-1 here in the second period. And the Florida Panthers have all three that have found the net.
3-0 Florida. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederik Andersen, number one goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization. I have high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it!
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio puts you on the ice.
If you're trying to describe what playoff hockey is,
well, the ebbs and the flows, the momentum changes, the willingness to sacrifice whatever it takes, whether it's blocking a shot with your face. Every opportunity matters. You know, we learn an awful lot about ourselves in the playoffs and how you rise to the challenge and are willing to do whatever it takes for the team to be successful.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Now, apparently on the TNT television coverage of the game tonight, that play was as clear as a bell to being offside. And so, whatever reason, whoever has it down in for Sam Kim and I mean, they have been so good at this all year long. And here's another turnover, and here the Panthers back into the attack. On the near side and into the corner, comes back to the blue line. Mikkola sending it around the boards for Barkov. Barkov challenge. Matthews can't get it out, but Pacioretty does to find Marner, but it bounced over his stick. Panthers are going to send it right back out at center. Matthews unable to get to it. Played to the line and in. Leafs get it back, and Matthews turns. Austin Matthews trying to flip it in for Pacioretty. That goes wide, and they're going to call an icing.
I mean, you would think if you're not going to call the obvious interference. I mean, Mikkola reaches out with his left hand to obstruct Pacioretty from getting in. And let's put it this way. You know you're in trouble when we're talking about icings not going their way as if it's a turning point. Shots are 21-8. Favoring the Florida Panthers here with 7:38 to go in the second period. 3-0 Florida.
Boy, the hill is so high that the third one is just a killer. Here's another chance in front of the goal and a shot. That was stopped by the seat of the pants of Brandon Carlo, who was down on all fours at the side of the net.
Boy, the Leafs have got to turn it on here. This has been an onslaught.
Deflected down into the Florida zone. Bobrovsky out of the cage to find his defense. Forsling gets it ahead. And on the left wing, Sam Bennett is into the Leaf zone. Bennett trying to get around. Riley gets it into the far corner. Verhaeghe getting it back to the slot. A shot. That was kicked away by Wall. Puck along the far wing, but the Leafs don't get it out initially, but now do. Carried to center by Morgan Riley. Riley and over the line as Tavares goes to the front of the net, but a weak shot is taken easily on the chest by Bobrovsky and held for a face-off.
It's the second shot for the Leafs here in the second period, and I'll be honest with you, I don't remember the other one.
No.
Shots 13-2.
Gadjevic gets his second goal.
Remember, it was Gadjevich that Joseph Wall in Game 2 made that huge save off of. The Leafs holding on to a 1-goal lead. Now, the other narrative, Joe, is going to be hanging in is that the Leafs can't score in these series-deciding games. Just one in Boston a year ago in Game 7.
Draw to the right of the Florida goal, controlled by the Panthers. Luosterainen getting it up on the boards, and it's cleared to the line but not out. Kept in by Morgan Rielly. His shot went wide. Leafs trying to get a cycle job going here to try and maintain some possession in the offensive zone. Domi back to Rielly. Rielly now to Oliver Ekman-Larsson, whose shot exploded off a leg. It goes around back of the net. Domi gets it back to the goal for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg back to Rielly. A shot that was deflected. It goes to the line and out. And Jake McCabe has to go back to recover. Now trying to get it over the line on the right wing side. McCabe sends it around to the far side as Nylander is off the bench into the corner there. Willie ties his man up on the boards. Domi trying to dig it free. The puck in along the wall. Trying to chop at it now. Lorenz is the makeshift line out here at this point. Lorenz against the boards but can't come up with it. Panthers are going to just get it high to center ice and back into the Leaf end. McCabe being pressured, gets it back for Tanev on the right wing. Tanev with a quick pass and finds Scotty Lawton, who sends a long shoot in that is going to be covered up by Bobrovsky with 5:34 to go here in the second period. The Florida Panthers have exploded for 3 unanswered goals. It is 3-0 in favor of the defending Stanley Cup champions in Game 7. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help.
Hey, hockey fans, thanks for hanging out with us tonight here on Toronto Sports Insider while our buds are going for the Game 7 victory that has eluded us for so long. Let's get loud in the chat. This chat is so fired up, and it's Game 7. I know every single one of you has shared this link out with your friends, right? Share it out with your friends if you haven't already. Let's get some more people here in the chat cheering on our Maple Leafs, drowning out those Panthers fans. Come on, buds. And as well, please hit that like button. Let's get 1,000 likes tonight. We're shooting for over 1,000. Come on, it's easy, it's free. Really not that hard. Exit out of the chat for 1 second. Hit that like button and then get back to cheering on our Maple Leafs. Come on, Austin Matthews. What a performance in game number 6. Getting that goal that we needed, and Max Pacioretty finishing it off. Let's go, buds. We'll see you back in the chat.
Need something good to happen here in the last 5:34 to have any kind of belief going into the third period.
Matthews, Pacioretty, and Marner. And the draw one and a shot by Marner deflected wide. As it's cleared out and down the ice now by Florida, but there won't be icing because it won't reach the end line. Oliver Ekman-Larsson takes his man to the boards. Marner couldn't come up with it. Now off Marner, he's able to stick handle with it, and the puck comes in front of the net, and the Leafs are going to bank it out at center. But Pacioretty couldn't handle it. Shot right back down into the Toronto zone. Wall giving it to Morgan Rielly. Leafs are changing as the pass comes ahead for Marner, but he unable to deflect it, and it's brought back and driving the net. Seth Jones, who scores!
No goal. They're waving this one off. But I don't know how you wave it off. I think it's in before Jones makes contact with Joseph Wall. And even though they've waved it off, I have a feeling this one is going to count.
Well, Got no audio coming from the official, but they waved the goal off.
And Florida's going to look at this. I mean, I'll be honest, I just don't see it. I know Jones is falling and does make contact into the Leaf goaltender.
And let's see if the Panthers are going to challenge this. Part of the dissection.
Oh, you know what?
Is he kicking?
This actually goes in off his skate. I don't know if you'd call it a kicking motion, but now I thought it went in a lot cleaner than that, Joe.
Yeah.
But looking at the replay,
well,
if it's now goaltender interference as much as it is possibly a kicking motion. I just think he's falling, so that's not the kicking motion. I think because of the delay, it was the goalie interference that did not allow Wall to do his play his position.
They are looking at this. Is this a challenge by Florida? If it doesn't happen, the Leafs are going to get a power play out of this. But
no, we just saw up on the board that it's an NHL review.
All right.
But look, this.
Oh yeah, no, well, yeah, it's not a.
Unless, I mean, I don't think you can say that he's being pushed in.
Well, his skate kicks at it.
It almost goes in off Wall. But the bottom line is there interference? And if there is, did he avoid contact? Was he on that line to make contact with Wall? Looks like Leafs are they didn't survive the third goal, but they get a brief reprieve here. But it was an NHL review, not a challenge by the Panthers, so no penalty.
One of the things about all of this is, and it will be brought out, obviously, tomorrow, depending on what happens, is Sportsnet's inability to show that replay. And now puck in the Toronto zone and brought out by Nylander. Alley-ooped it through center, knocked down by the Panthers, sent right back in again for Tkachuk. Tkachuk stands up, gets it back to the point of drive, and that was blocked by Wall. Another shot coming, and it's high and wide of the goal. Tkachuk in the corner on the far side, trying to get it away from Benoit. Gets it in along the boards. Nylander unable to get it away from Tkachuk as it comes back to the point. Near side now for Forsling. A shot. Bouncing puck in front of the goal. Comes back to Forsling. Forsling on the right wing side. Leafs being hemmed in their own zone again. Around the boards to the near side. Kept in now at the point. Forsling with a shot. Wall save. Rebound. Stopped by Wall again. And the Leafs finally get a hold of it, but nowhere to go with it. Because one of the Leafs has broken a stick, and that was Yarncrook. The pass went to Yarncrook, and he didn't have a stick. Panthers again with it on the far side. Back to the blue line for Schmidt. Schmidt shot deflects into the corner. Tired group here for Toronto. Here's Marchand centering, and a shot is swallowed up by Wall, and mercifully he will stop play.
Boy, and through all the excitement coming back here after the Game 6 win, you can feel the crowd going from nervous to agitated. 25-10 the shots. I mean, the offensive zone time, any kind of assault, has been missing from the Leafs here in the second period. 3 goals in 6 minutes and 24 seconds by the Florida Panthers here in the second period of the Leafs on the brink.
71 attempts at goal by Florida. 30 for the Maple Leafs. That's ridiculous.
There's another simple play up the boards. Can't get it out.
And now the Leafs have iced the puck.
Now the Leafs needed a repeat of Game 6. And instead it's been a repeat of Game 5. Still time. We've seen some miracles here in the postseason. But the offensive miracle isn't usually from your own end.
Face off to the right of Joseph Wall. And the draw scrummed. And again, Florida with the shot that goes wide of the net. Jones at the right point, keeping it in. Another shot deflects wide of the goal and back of the net. Tkachuk with it again. Riley can't get to it. Now he does, and he gets it to Marner, and Marner, most he can do is just get it out. Now here's Matthews to Marner in across the line. Marner on the far half wall. Works into the corner. Tries to center. It does come off the stick of Bobrovsky, but out come the Panthers again with it with Tkachuk. Tkachuk to the red line and just sending it into the Toronto zone. Round back of the net for Carlo. Leafs get it ahead and bringing it out is Scotty Lawton. Lawton to the line, trying to flip it in on the near side for Bobby McMahon. Cleared right back down the ice, though, by Florida. Tanev along the boards had it cut off by Luosterainen. Luosterainen around to the far side for Kulikov. He misses it. It goes down the ice. Trying to get to it was Pacioretty. He was too well covered, but the Leafs do come up with the loose puck. They'll shoot it wide of the net. Carlo on the near side, or at least McCabe, is taken down. And now the Panthers getting it out at center. There's been just one power play in the game. That was in the first period on a too many men on the ice penalty. Minute 50 to go. Second period. Leafs get it out at center. Trying to chip it along the boards. It'll be shot down into the Toronto end. Out of the net is Wall. Tucking it along, and back of the net it'll go for Morgan Riley. Up ahead for John Tavares. Tavares to the line on the wing for Pontus Holmberg. A backhand went 10 feet wide of the net. Leafs unable to come up with it as it's played to center ice by Florida. Played ahead and backhanded to the line by Nyes, but he can't get it into the zone. Leafs will regroup it back in their own zone with a minute 12 to go in a disastrous second period. Oliver Ekman-Larsson will shoot it in. Around the boards to the near side, chopped back out at center, cut off there by Marner. Marner will launch it high into the left wing corner, and Max Domi is in pursuit. Puck to the line, got past Benoit and sails down into the Toronto zone. An icing call with 50 seconds left to go in the second period, and a draw coming in the Florida zone to the right of Bobrovsky. Jones, Lundell, and Gadjevich have scored the goals for the defending Stanley Cup champions.
I don't know about you, but this is what you expected in Game 6, or this is what I expected in Game 6 from Florida. The Leafs are excellent defensively, but here in Game 7, Panthers seem to have that cup swagger back again.
Draw won by Florida, and they get it out at center ice. McCabe hustling back, plays it around back of the net for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who gets it ahead for Domi. He can do nothing more than to chop it out, then gets it handed back to him. Domi getting it up on the left wing, and in over the line comes McCabe with a shot. Pad save made by Bobrovsky, and it's cleared back down into the Toronto zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson around the boards, but not out of the Toronto end. Kept alive with a long shot that deflects into the corner. OEL with it again, and now looks up ice with just a dozen seconds left in the period. Right wing feed for Tanev. Tanev can't get in over the line. It's now shot in then by Yarncrook, and the final seconds are going to tick down, and hey, you can't blame the fans. They came with their voices, but a disastrous second period by the Maple Leafs have built a huge, enormous hill to climb for 20 minutes coming up in the third period.
The Leafs will eventually end up with 5 shots on goal here in the second, but they give up 17. And back on their heels the whole game. Costly turnovers, giveaways. And Paul Maurice, let's start throwing out numbers that you hope you can jinx. First of all, Sergei Bobrovsky hasn't had a shutout since Game 4 of this series. And Paul Maurice, we saw that stat when leading after any period. 26-0 with the Florida Panthers.
We will step aside as Jim Taddy is joined by Anthony Stewart. It is 3-0 Florida. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Sports are all about moments.
One of the most incredible, miraculous finishes we have ever seen.
And you can hear them all.
He scores! Alex Ovechkin! There's a new goal-scoring champion!
As they happen.
All right, insiders, what the hell just happened? Oh my God. 3-0 Florida. That team crumbled. That team fell apart. That team... What the hell did we just witness? All I know is we have 20 minutes left. We got 20 minutes left in this season if our buds don't wake the hell up and smell the frickin' roses. Holy shit. Wake up. Pardon my French. I very rarely swear here. But my God. Unacceptable. I mean, it's absolutely unacceptable. This is Game 7. This is what it's all about. Where did they go? The only positive side that I'm going to bring out of this, because I've been sitting on my couch in shock. The only thing that I can say is maybe Leafs, let your talent show up. Get the hell out of here, bots. What the fuck? I got to watch my mouth. All right, I'm mad. Anyways, they got to wake up. And the only positive that I'll say is that hopefully all the talent that the Leafs have, they can do the same thing the Panthers just did, right? Score 3 goals in 5 minutes. Hey, Sarah. What's up?
We were out there for almost an hour, and I got it started for like 5 seconds. It was a big fire. It went down.
The kids are trying to start a fire in the backyard, and they're about as successful as the Maple Leafs right now. There you go. Miss V says, we believe. Do you want to help when I'm done? No, I don't want to help you right now. It's Game 7, and my Maple Leafs are getting killed, and I have 5,500 people in the chat, and you're asking me to go outside right now?
When they're done.
Catherine, 1 scotch, 1 whiskey, 1 beer. Amen. We need something here. Let's go. Let's get behind this team. We got 20 minutes. Let's keep it positive here, and let's give it all we got. Because this is rough. Go Leafs, go! Come on, buds, let's go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Come on, let's get it going here. Chat and get it. Go. There's Andrew. Go Leafs, go! I love it. Come on, buds. 20 minutes left. Let's save our season. Comeback starts now. Cheers, insiders.
USL or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
It is the Panthers 3, the Leafs nothing after 40 minutes of play. TSN After 40 brought to you by 241 Pizza. Give yourself a high five. Buy any large traditional pizza. Get up to 3 medium one-topping pizzas for $5 each. 241pizza.com. Jim Taddy, former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, that was one of the tougher Game 7 periods of hockey that you're going to see. 3 goals in 6 minutes and 24 seconds, and the Panthers owned the Leafs' defensive zone.
They did, and that started, I think, in the first period where they sort of set the tone in getting the cycle and winning all the wall battles, right? And, I've used the term on this program many times. The Leafs haven't been outclassed many times this year, but this game, in a Game 7, the most important of the entire season, and a lot of guys in their career, they were outclassed. They were outclassed that period. And for me, I think it's just sort of the attitude and the effort. Yes, they did let in 3 goals within, the first, was it 6.5 minutes. There's still 11 minutes left in that period. Where was the response? So it's almost as if they're rolling over and dying. So that's the frustrating part where, this Florida Panthers team, they just take your will away to play any form of productive hockey. So for me, it's not even about any moral victories, but just have the effort, right? You hear the crowd at the beginning of the game, the loudest I've ever heard this building and I've played here probably 10 times as a player. So you have the fans in it, and just sort of the response was just not there. So any way you dice it, it's not pretty. I'm not going to sit here and get too negative, but through 40 minutes, this Maple Leaf team has been completely outclassed.
Well, and the coach doesn't really go off on the team much, but after the third goal went in, he did. And that, I guess, speaks to the frustration of them not following, the game plan. I mean, clearly they have the experience of Game 6 and understanding when you play your system what can happen. There is no system here.
No, and Florida just looks fresher. They look more energetic. They have more numbers at the puck. They just take your will away, and it's just a team. They come in numbers, right? You look at that third goal. John Tavares comes in on the breakout, turns it over at the blue line with the defenseman just pinching in, going the other way. They're playing their system to a T, where Toronto's just struggling to make a play, to get the puck out, to not turn the puck over, to play good D zone. So I really feel for Joseph Woll. 25 shots on net through the first 20 minutes. He seems like he's fatiguing as well. So for me, it's not even about anymore. What can you do in this third period to spark a comeback? And we were talking offline. We've seen some big comebacks in the third period of Game 7s. And it's got to be somebody doing something. Whereas, we've discussed offline, like, it can get ugly really quickly.
It could, and we've seen the Leafs with sizable leads in Game 7 and not winning, and this is a reversal. I just don't know how Florida sort of steps off the gas, because they are absolutely just owning that defensive zone. The second line was -2, all of them. I mean, and it is the long change, but the second line just did not get the job done. Morgan Riley -2, Brandon Carlo -3. So, there are some parts of the team that just aren't functioning.
Some guys are struggling, but I think it's just sort of the byproduct of the way that Florida plays. They take away the body and then they deliver that knockout blow. And all those hits are accumulating over how many games? Over the last 6 games.
Yeah.
Toronto's looking like a fatigued team, and they're forced making unforced errors. They're making these mistakes that they typically don't. But ultimately, they just feel like there's no will in the game. And, for me, it's particularly frustrating because whether the game was 6-2 or 5-0 or 3-2, me as a role player, I had to go out there and try to create some energy. But in a game like this where Florida, they're just coming out in waves. Another goal by their fourth line, another goal by the defenseman. Seth Jones is, having a career game tonight. He hasn't looked this good since he was with the Columbus Blue Jackets. It's just frustrating because you hear the crowd, you hear sort of the energy and sort of the expectations, and they're just not being met in any sense of the word.
Well, and that's with Joseph Woll pretty well standing on his head. He's made a lot of saves in this game. So I'm going to go back to this, and I've tracked this all through, and you've heard me do it. The shot attempts, 75 for Florida after 40 minutes of play, 32 for the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. I mean, that just tells you right where that puck is, and it's mostly in the Leaf zone.
Yeah, he's getting peppered.
Yeah.
and I wish I could sit here and break it down. It's just not good enough. It's just not good for Toronto. But, it's just Florida. This team is built big, strong. They're pinching, but they're pinching with support, and they're just sticking to that system. And this, Paul Maurice, this is a fine-oiled machine, and they just play the game the right way. They suffocate you. They support the puck. They beat you up. I'm looking now. Bennett, 6 hits. Greer, 4 hits. Kulikov, 5 hits. Reinhart, 4 hits. Tkachuk, 4 hits. Like, that takes its toll. We've been talking about Tanev just taking a beating. He's looking like he's taking a step back just because just the volume of what Florida's attacking on. So, the one positive, I guess, is there's the only way but up, I hope. I'm sure this is the time where you're going to see maybe a couple Gatorade containers getting flipped over, and I expect a much better response. And they're going to need one early. They're going to need one within the first 5 minutes, Toronto, if they have any chance of getting back into this game.
Yeah, so, what's different about the Florida game is they are hitting, but that's not their primary focus. They have the puck a lot. They're not, they don't mess around in the whistle with the scrum stuff. So it is a different looking Florida performance, but based on how they played in that first 6.5 minutes, they had to know that they could do that, revisit that again. And, I guess I would be semi-stunned at the start start of the second period by the Leafs, just because they had corrected that in the second half of the first period, and then to come out and do it all over again, and this time he got burned for 3 goals.
Yeah, Toronto easily could have had 2 goals in that first period, right? Breakaways by Lawton, and who else had a breakaway there? Just checking my notes here quickly. Lorentz had a breakaway. Yeah. Nylander had a couple opportunities, and in my head, I'm watching that second period. I'm like, the only thing missing, songs that they're playing is the Globetrotter song, right? Because they were up there just doing exactly what they wanted. I think I saw Brad Marchand circle around the net a couple times too. So again, I'm not trying to make light of a tough situation, but I've been here, but not in the Game 7 of the second round with so much at stake here too. So there's guys your way off your island, play for a contract. You got to find some motivation coming into this third period, or this season can be done within 20 minutes for a lot of these guys.
Absolutely. 3-0 Panthers over the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey. Wherever you are, we are right here. TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
All right, Mary came to cheer on our Maple Leafs. Come on, Mary. We got this, Mary. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Mary, come on, say hi. There you go. We got the black cat. Yeah, I know. Here. I know. There you go. I present to you, Mary. She came right over here. No satanic rituals, dog. Cody Meister, you're funny, man. You're funny. Hey, look, we're keeping it positive. That's it. I'm going to keep it positive for the next 20 minutes of hockey, and then I might have to rip into them worse than I did back like 4 years ago. Oh my God. This is crazy. Let's go, buds. Come on. Who do we see getting the first goal? I think it's coming somewhere crazy. I'm thinking, something that shouldn't normally happen. Like, Steve Asselin there in the chat saying, Willie's got it. He's singing Willie's song. I'm thinking, I'm going to go just crazy here, only because I love Max Domi. And there you go. Domi is a loser. Domi is not a loser. I'll tell you that right now. He's certainly not a loser. NHL player. Father was an NHL player. That loser was probably like, that's kind of pushing it there. Just saying. Anyways, I got Max Domi. Mike Stewart's got Domi as well. I think we're going to get a scrappy one here. And that building is going to start to come alive a little bit. Come on, buds. Let's go. Leafs fans. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. Over 5,600 people right now in the chat. We had over 7,500 earlier. There you go. Get Matthews. Matthews. All the talk there about Matthews. Yeah. Pacioretty. All right, Willie. There you go. Hey, Wall for a first goal. D Zombie. I like it. I'm good with that, right? Just flip it down the ice. I'll take it. Elizabeth is in Spain and have no TV. Elizabeth, thank you for being here and hanging out with us all the way in Spain. Very, very cool. All right. There's my love of my life, TSI Allison. Domi, Marner, London boys, get it going. Says Steve, let's go. Come on, buds. I want to see this chat just flying with Go Leafs Go as soon as that third period starts. And if you want to start right now, like Michael Bull, welcome. Thank you for joining. We have a whole bunch of other members tonight. We got a bunch of new members tonight. Where do we go? There. Boom. And super chats. Kristen, Mike St. Jean. I love it. Dennis Smith, welcome to Insider. John Rogers, Dennis Chiasen, Vanessa L., and Michael Bull, welcome. Welcome to the club. Let's get back to the hockey and the intermission. We've got a few more minutes to go refill those drinks. Time to get comfy there on the couch and be ready for this Leafs comeback. Are you ready, Buds fans? Are you ready, Leafs fans? Insiders? Cheers to every single one of you. Thank you for your donations to SickKids Hospital. Thank you for supporting our mission here on TSI. Whether the Leafs win or lose, we're here every single game. Go Leafs, go. There you go, Shroom. Go, Mike, go. Go, Mike, go. Thank you, Shroom. Thank you. Here we go. Oh, no, they're going to another break, aren't they? All right, we're going to get you pumped up with a little intro action. Let's start this game over going into the third.
Lined dances.
Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
And cringeworthy slow songs.
You're like a dream come true, and I don't want to miss a thing.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Are you ready for Game 7? This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7. There's nothing better. This is it. There's nothing better on earth than the Stanley Cup playoffs when the Maple Leafs are playing in game number 7. Yeah. I know about the history and the past and whatever. But who cares? Tonight, it's a 50-50 chance as our Maple Leafs are playing the Florida Panthers. And we're at home. We've got that home ice advantage. And if we can get it done tonight, we'll have home ice throughout the rest of the playoffs. Now, we've got business to take care of tonight, and thank you so much for hanging out with us and being a part of this amazing community of Toronto sports fans from all over the world. Now, let's get behind our buds, let's cheer them on loud, and we'll see you in the chat. Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go!
On XM206. See you there.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it
All right, we're still in break. We're still in break here, getting ready for the third period. Who's with me? Who's ready to go? Let's get this chat flying. Go, Leafs, go! GLG! Go, Leafs, go! However you get it done in the chat, capital letters, all undercase, I don't give a crap. Let's get it going. Go, Leafs, go! Let's start the comeback right now, Maple Leafs fans! Come on, Toronto! Let's go! The rest of the world, we're down 3-0. We've been kicked in the freaking teeth tonight. Let's stand up. Let's get a goal in the first 2 to 3 minutes of this period, and let's get it going. Back to the hockey. Go, Leafs, go. We'll see you in there. Come on, buds.
Tying goal is scored with seconds left to send it to overtime, and the Leafs win it in overtime. Said the never optimistic Mr. Bowen at this end of the broadcast.
Well, as narrator, I wish you would hurry the hell up with the good part.
Well, here's the total domination. Shots, attempts at the net, and block shots. 75 attempts at goal by the Florida Panthers. 32 for the Maple Leafs. So, really, the Leafs are fortunate to be only 3-0 down.
The bottom line is they got to get one in the first 5 minutes. Get the crowd into it.
Dropped, and it is shot down into the Florida zone. The puck along the boards is played up on the wall. The Leafs are going to have to try to pinch, and now here's Barkov getting it down into the Toronto end. He one-hands it into the corner. Round back of the net. Panthers with it again. Rodriguez getting it back to the left point. Kept in there by Mikkola. Around into the near corner. Knocked down on the play was Barkov, and the Leafs will get it airmailed high into the center ice area, but it's going to go the length of the rink. An icing call coming here against the Maple Leafs.
Well, Jake McCabe got away with an interference penalty there. Moments before, the Leafs end up icing the puck. It's, again, been one of those games like Game 5 where they can't make a play, it seems, in either end of the ice. The D-to-D pass to get it out has been a struggle. And offensive zone time making plays there has been non-existent since the first period.
Puck in the Toronto end. Lorenz couldn't come up with it. Jake McCabe does. Sends it back to Lorenz, but he had misfired on that. The puck is around back of the goal. It's centered in front off Lorenz's stick. It comes back to the point again. Kept in by Florida. And their cycle game and their forecheck game is just something to behold. I mean, they get you in there and they move that puck around so quickly.
But in Game 6, the Leafs were quicker to the puck on the boards. And now what they're doing, everybody seems to be about 7 to 10 feet off the boards, and Florida gets in trouble, bring it around the boards. They're the first ones to get it, and the Leafs are chasing. It's almost that penalty kill mentality.
Yep. Played down into the corner. Tavares trying to play it out, got it to the line, but it is shot right back in again, and now the Leafs have some time and space. Benoit getting it ahead, and Tavares comes to center. He'll get it down into the offensive zone, but Bobrovsky out of the goal, playing it around the boards. It'll come to the line, but not out. Played on a bounce into Bobrovsky, and he makes a very easy save and a cover. That'll bring a face-off in the Florida zone to the left.
And a pretty interesting combination here is Tavares, Nylander, or Tavares, Marner, and Matthews out. So you're using your three guys that you have on the power play, or three of your guys here to start. Matthew Nyes has not played a lot with Matthews and Marner. I wonder if he's laboring, Joe.
Yeah. Draw one by Florida. They're going to get it out of the zone as well. One-handed by Barkov into Toronto territory. Oliver Ekman-Larsson up on the wing off Tavares, but he gets it back again. OEL to the left wing side to Riley, who shoots it in. Bobrovsky trying to slow it up, but cleared back of the net by Mikkola. Near boards for Seth Jones. Mikkola along the wall, intercepted by Nylander. Back into the corner for Domi. Domi trying to come out of the corner, got it back to the point. D to D, it goes to the far side. A long shot by Brandon Carlo was blocked. And Jones will get it out at center and play it to the Toronto blue line. Quickly back the other way, though, for Domi. Domi in with a shot. He scores! Max Domi gets the Leafs on the board, and hope springs eternal.
Needed one in the first 5 minutes. They got it. Bobby McMahon with a great read that Florida was changing. Retrieved the puck back in front of the Leaf bench at the blue line and just turned and fired it. Far side, left wing side, onto the stick of Max Domi, who must have remembered Austin Matthews' game winner in Game 6. Looks high and goes 5-hole on Bobrovsky. There is life.
Pontus Holmberg between Nyes and Pacioretty now. So a lot of juggling being done by the Leaf coaching staff. The Leafs win the draw.
You said it.
Jake
That's
McCabe
right. We called Domi, didn't we? We said Max Domi was going to do something. Let's go.
For McCabe. McCabe getting it ahead and off a skate and down into Florida territory, but it's going to be an icing call. It'll come back into the Leaf end. The Leafs on the board. It's 3-1. All of a sudden, Everest looks more like Mount McKinley.
You'd still rather be in Alberta, wouldn't you? Or Saskatchewan.
Draw to the right in the Toronto zone. Panthers are huddling a little bit here. It's got the crowd back into it. Now the linesmen are getting some...
Well, they want to shovel something going on.
Ice down in the Florida end. So they're going to have to wait here for a bit.
Which, of course, the Leafs don't need right now. You got the crowd into it.
Yep. Domi's third goal of the postseason.
And remember the last delay we had when Johnny Barron unfortunately was hurt. That was 15 seconds into the second period. And the loud crowd was out of it. And next thing you know, 6 minutes later, Florida's up 3-0. I mean, you're not blaming that or giving the Leafs an out or an excuse.
Holmberg lost the draw. Long shot goes wide of the Leaf goal. Side of the net is going to be taken back to the goal, but now in traffic it's grabbed off and the Maple Leafs get it ahead. Here's Nyes launching it high for Pacioretty, trying to go wide. Pacioretty goes around back of the net but can't come up with it. The puck comes free and out comes the Panthers down the right wing side. Backhanded towards the net by Marchand. Upended there was Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and the pass deflected, scores! Oh my! All of the good feeling just went right out of the building again. Oliver Ekman-Larsson got interfered with in the corner and got knocked down. And then it turns over and a deflection gets by Wall. Well, maybe he wasn't. Well, was he interfered with? It's the player who knocked him down, too. It's
but here's just Brad Marchand gets over the line, diagonal dump into the far corner. And Ekman Larsson is, it's Luosterainen that takes him down, and then Luosterainen is the one that beats him to the net for the redirection. And nice little touch redirect on a shot from the left point. So coming in, blocker side on wall, and just tapped in off the post and in.
47 seconds after the Leafs had gotten on the board. Played ahead and deflected down into the Florida zone. Bobrovsky out of the cage to get it into the corner. A body check thrown there by the Leafs. Lawton trying to get it out in front of the net. It's going to be launched high to the line, kept in momentarily, but cleared to center ice and down into the Toronto zone. Around back of the net now it is Tanev. Getting it up on the wing for Lawton. Lawton trying to find a man, but it was blocked and now shot wide of the Toronto net. Domi from McMahon was the Leaf scoring play, but Luosterainen has the goal for Florida that regains the 3-goal lead. And for Luosterainen, that's his third of this postseason.
Well, so we're hearkening back to a Game 7 in Boston, May 13th, 2013, when Brad Marchand and the Bruins trailed 4-1 at home in the third period. That's all I got.
Well, it's better than what we've had.
It's been done, but not this way.
Played along the boards for Marner. Marner gives it back to the defense. He'll get it back again and then steer it into the corner for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Pass ahead, deflects in by Matthews, but it's going over the glass and out of play, and so a face-off coming back. Domi from McMahon, but Luosterainen from Marchand. That's his second point of the game. What an acquisition he has been to deepen an already.
And in this series, the guys that haven't faced a lot of criticism have been the likes of Sam Reinhart and Matthew Tkachuk, simply because
they're
of that
getting
depth.
Scoring from other areas. Yep. Puck down back to the Florida goal on the end boards. They battle along the wall. The puck finally comes free to Domi. Domi gets it back to the point. Morgan Rielly, a pass in front. The backhand was blocked before it reached the goal. Cleared to center ice now by Florida. Rielly going back. Rielly up on the wing for Nylander. He can't handle the pass. And Marchand gets it in on the left wing for Nosek. His shot is into the chest of Wall. And it'll be smothered by the Leaf netminder and held. So the face-off in the Toronto zone.
Really, when you look at Joseph Wall's game, I mean, there's not a lot you could say he should have done differently. I mean, Seth Jones, the goal that opened the scoring, is the perfect under the crossbar shot over the right shoulder.
Draw one by Toronto. Played on the boards to center. Knocked back to the Leaf blue line. Leafs with it now in their own zone. Get it ahead for Lawton, who turns. Lawton coming with a pass that was blocked. Got to the line, but couldn't get it in deep. And the Panthers have it back in their own zone. Lawton into the forecheck with a hit there on Schmidt. But the Panthers get it to center and pound it off the glass and into the zone again. Round back of the net for Jake McCabe. McCabe with a long alley-oop that went nowhere. It's gone down into Florida territory. Matthews into the forecheck, rubbed his man out on the boards. Tavares after it as well, but can't come up with it as it played down into the Toronto end. Matthews, Tavares, and Marner for the Maple Leafs. Tanev circles around back of the net. Looks up ice. Finds Tavares available on the left wing. Rolled to the net. Scooped easily up there by Bobrovsky to stop play and bring a face-off in the Florida zone with 14:13 to go in the third period. The Leafs scored at 2:07 of the frame. Domi from McMahon to cut the margin to 3-1. But then just 47 seconds later, Luosterainen from Marchand, and it is a 4-1 lead. Draw to the right of Bobrovsky. Won by Florida again. And Barkov just gets it into the Toronto zone, and a wholesale change of players for the Panthers. McMahon got in over the line but couldn't get around Jones's checking. Puck comes up on the left wing, and out come the Panthers to center. Bennett sending it down into the left wing corner. Chopped it around the boards. It'll come to the near side. Domi couldn't get it out past the defenseman Ekblad. Centering pass in front, and the shot was blocked. And the Leafs have it again in their own end. Long rink-wide pass. Nylander stumbled and then ended up going to the bench. Panthers back in over the line. Play it in deep back of the net. Brandon Carlo around on the boards for Matthews. He gives the puck away, and a long shot is swallowed up off Kulikov's stick by Wall to stop play and take us to a commercial break. Florida 4, the Toronto Maple Leafs 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple.
Sports are all about moment.
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Good evening, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans. It's time for you to click that link that's pinned in the chat and help us raise money for SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Our buds are on the ice for Game 7 and you're hanging out here having a good time. And we're making a difference. With every single view is calculated into our donation to SickKids Hospital as part of our Playoff Pulse campaign. And you can add to that total right now when you click that link and donate, or just even share it out. Send it out to a few people. Let's see if we can't make a big difference tonight together as a community while we cheer on our Maple Leafs. Now let's get back to cheering. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in the chat. Come on, fans! Let's do this! We gotta cheer hard and cheer on our Maple Leafs! We gotta get behind them. Game 7, baby. That's what it's all about.
We got a really young team that's going to be exciting to work with for sure.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Top in the Toronto zone to the right of Joseph Wall. 4-1, the Florida Panthers with the lead. 13:24 to go in the third period. And time running out.
And already showing Brad Marchand as the Bruins shaking hands with the Leafs after Game 7 wins. That's up in the monitor here in the booth, not on the scoreboard.
Marchand is a free agent this year, is he not?
Yep.
After this season. Marchand with a shot. That deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Creeping in, Ekblad to clear it around back of the net. Played ahead now, and now the Leafs Marner starting through center. Banks it ahead for Tavares, who gets after it into the corner and around back of the net. Riley will trap, send it wide, and deflects to the far boards, and is quickly cleared to center ice now by Florida. Riley back in his own zone. Got it ahead and to the line for Tavares, but he can't get it in deep. Nylander is able to free it up. Jake McCabe with it now. Shot in over the line and down into the near corner. Tavares along the wall, pinned there. The puck is kicked free. Pacioretty couldn't get to it cleanly. Again against the boards. Tavares had it off his stick. Now played to the line, but not out. Fired back in then by McCabe, but it is punched out at center ice before being shot back in again by Toronto. Ekblad goes back of the net. Got it to his defense partner Forsling. He plays it around to the left wing side. Trying to pinch there was Benoit, but it's out at center ice. Stolen back by the Leafs and brought to the line and in now by Pacioretty, who's upended. And no call from the official there. Leafs have not had a power play in the game. Doesn't look like they're going to get one either. Played ahead by Toronto at center. Lawton can't get into the zone. The Leafs will try the other side. Chipped ahead. Lorenz gets in over the line on the right wing side. Tried to center, but it was blocked. Had it go off the back of the net as he tried to center it again. Riley is able to keep it alive. Back of the net for Lorenz in the near corner. Lorenz back to Riley at the point. D to D on the far side. Shot by Brandon Carlo went wide. The rebound was chipped in front of the net, but the Panthers are going to get it out at center ice. Lorenz playing it back into his own zone to allow a change of players. Brought to center ice by Nylander and in on the right side. Trying to get through. Goes to the right wing side. Dropped it off for Bobby McMahon. McMahon getting it back to the point. Riley on the left side. Sends it to the net. That's blocked. There's a big rebound in front. But it's poked out at center. And a foot race now with A.J. Greer. Trying to get around Riley. And it was knocked away by the Leaf defenseman. A quick pass finds Bobby McMahon, who shoots it back in again. He took a high stick in the face and no call. And the fans are upset by that. Right back down into the Toronto zone it goes. Played around the boards by Wall, but it'll be cut off, and a shot from a bad angle is handled easily by Wall to stop play.
No, Leafs have gotten a couple of breaks on these as well, but where Ford has really been able to take advantage of the officiating, and it's been equal, is running interference on dump-ins. And you saw it with Bobby McMahon there. We've seen it a number of times where they decide they're not going to call anything. We saw Jake McCabe, I thought, got away with one here early in the third period in behind the net.
Remember a few years ago when they brought that rule in and how it was called all the time?
Oh, the interference, yeah.
Shot scores off the rebound off a face-off. And that is going to do it. Reinhart scores to make it 5-1. And this has turned into a carbon copy of game number 5. Right off the face-off.
Yeah, I mean, Leafs have lost, it feels like, the majority of the draws. They were only 46% success rate before losing this one. And as Sean Tavares lost it clean. To Barkov, Reinhart sort of has to chase it down at the top of the left wing circle, but by the time he gets to it, there's a lot of traffic in front of Joseph Wall. And Reinhart, who'd been quiet in the series, just one goal in the first 6.
And some jerseys are being thrown on the ice. And some cups. Wow. It's indefensible, right? It really is. And the booing is starting now with 10:26 to go in the third period.
And you wonder how many of these players is this booing going to be for the last time?
Played high to center ice into the zone. The Leafs can't get it in, and the Florida Panthers send it right back into the Toronto end. Joseph Wall is going to not be relieved, at least at this point, by Anthony Stolarz. A couple more jerseys have been thrown on the ice. The puck is still in the offensive zone. Linesman trying to get to it.
Yeah, I understand you're upset, but that's an idiot move for anyone to be throwing stuff on the ice. And
played in across the line, and it's offside. And a face-off will come in the center ice area with 9:36 to go, and Nyes.
Yeah, I think he's saying to Tkachuk, if you want to go or you just want to chirp. And Tkachuk goes to the bench to finish chirping.
5-1 Florida. 9:39 to play, third period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Hello, 241 Pizza.
Hi, I know I should be buying Canadian, but right now I have a craving for pizza.
You came to the right place. 241 Pizza is Canadian owned and operated using the freshest ingredients from local suppliers.
Great! How much for a large 2-topping pizza?
Right now, just 12 loonies and 99 cents.
241 Pizza really is Canadian.
100%, eh?
241 Pizza. 241.
How did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is a listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be
Precio.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
9:39 to go in the third period, and the Maple Leafs are having their noses rubbed in it. 5-1. The Florida Panthers are on their way to a date with the Carolina Hurricanes and the Eastern Conference Championship. And quite possibly a third consecutive berth in the Stanley Cup final.
Should be only the second team since the Edmonton Oilers in the early 80s to do it. And that was Tampa Bay.
Shot drilled at the net is caught by Bobrovsky off the stick of Jake McCabe.
You know, Joe, in the previous 6, I know we keep talking about the core 4, but with this group that started to make the playoffs, there was 6 games winner take all, 5 game 7s, and then the game 5 against Columbus in the play-in series. And in those 6 games, the Leafs have scored 8 goals, 4 of them
in one game,
in a 7-4 loss to Boston. So now we're looking at, and that's what started this elimination game misery. So this is now 5 goals in the last 6.
Puck down in the Florida zone. Chopped by McCabe along the boards, but launched high to center ice by the Panthers. Riley circling back in his own zone. Benoit got it up on the left wing, and Riley will deflect it to the line and in, but Matthews couldn't get free. Here's Bennett working back the other way. Bennett with a backhand, and he fired it just wide. Kept in at the left point with a shot that goes wide of the Toronto goal. Marner unable to get it out, and now Matthews does. Matthews to the line and in on the right side, mishandled the puck, and the Panthers have it again back in their own zone. The dissecting of what has gone on here will start immediately, and I use that term because the dissecting of this team and organization to some extent is going to start immediately upon the conclusion of this game. Tanev at the right point, trying to steer it along. Tavares working out of the corner. Tavares can't get a shot away. McCabe keeps it in for him. Back of the net, Pacioretty. Pacioretty couldn't get it out in front. Tavares now back of the goal. Drilled there and knocked down by Nate Schmidt. Panthers get it up on the left wing. One of the things you do know that's coming, Mr. Ralph, will be a Toronto power play with about 3 minutes left. You know that's coming, right? Played down into the Toronto zone. Panthers going around back of the net with Verhaeghe. Got it to the near boards and back around to the far side. Yarncrook freed it up for Jake McCabe. And it's played up on the wing right now, and now Lorenz couldn't get it out. A centering pass is intercepted, and a pass comes ahead, and out comes Scotty Lawton at the line. To Lorenz, back to Lorenz with a shot. Good pad save made there by Bobrovsky. 16 shots on goal for Toronto, 30 for the Florida Panthers, and as we mentioned what the block shots and missed shots were, it is just a dramatic domination by the Florida Panthers in this 7th and deciding game. A centering pass, Domi's shot, that went high and wide. He's the only one that has scored in this hockey game. They made it 3-1, but then 47 seconds left. Another big spike was drilled into the coffin when Luosterainen restored the 3-goal lead to make it 4-1. And then off a face-off win, Reinhart has made it 5-1. And it is Nyes playing it down into the Florida zone. Nyes against the wall, got it back to the point. It comes to Riley at the point. A shot in traffic went high and wide of the goal. Into the near corner it goes. Marner trying to send it to the net. That went wide. And it's going to carry him to the far boards, but brought to the line, but not out. Nyes keeps it alive. Back of the net for Matthews. Trying to get in front. He was tackled there by Kulikov. The puck does come out in front, but the Panthers have played it off the boards and get it out and down to the Toronto zone. 5:40 to go. And I'm sure the coaching staff is hoping they'll just play running time here as it comes to center ice again. Leafs are getting a change in. McCabe got it ahead for Domi, on the wing for Nylander. Nylander in across the line, centered it. McMahon was knocked down in front of the net. At the point, a shot doesn't make it through. Domi in the corner, centers. Pass off the pad of Bobrovsky. Played high off the glass to center ice by Florida. Well, Paul Maurice has certainly dictated how this team is going to play. As Matthews gets across the line, got a shot in on goal. That was stopped by Bobrovsky, and the rebound cleared out at center ice. It's not fancy, but it is extraordinarily effective. They just do not play in their own end of the rink.
Well, first two games of the series they did. The Leafs were able to generate off the offense. They looked quicker. And it's always easy to go back and circle certain moments. But you look at a 2-0 lead early in Game 3, a 3-1 lead midway through the second period of Game 3. It ends up with Brad Marchand banking in an overtime goal off of Morgan Riley. Is that the game that made it, that was going to be the swing for them?
It is 5-1 here with 4.5 minutes to play in the season. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Stay plugged in to the pulse of pop culture on the SiriusXM app. From
Good evening, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans, insiders. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight here as our Buds are fighting it out with the Florida Panthers in Game 7 at Scotiabank Arena. Now's the time of the show for you to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Let us know. Put that city and province if you're in Canada, city and state if you're in the USA, and international. Let us know all over the world in the chat where you're watching from, and let's see where Leafs Nation is gathering from all over the world on this historic Game 7 of our Toronto Maple Leafs history. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in there, and thank you for letting us know where you're watching from.
The UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
4.5 minutes left in a very disappointing, troubling Game 7. And goaltender Joseph Wall is headed to the bench.
He might be just going home.
Played down into the corner. 6 attackers now for the Maple Leafs. It'll come back to the point. Riley's shot was high and wide of the goal. And the Panthers get it up on the wing, but not out. Here's Matthews with it, spinning it off the boards and around back of the net for Nylander. Domi got it freed up for Willie. He gets it back into the near corner for Tavares. Tavares taken to the boards. Even with 6 attackers, there's 2 Florida Panthers on every Leaf. And it's cleared to the line, but not out. Kept in there by Marner. Marner sends to an open corner. Domi after it again as it's pounded off the boards, and it is chipped to center. Rodriguez gets it in over the line, and Marner goes back for the puck. Marner starting it out with a pass ahead at center. Drop back into the Toronto zone for Jake McKay. Up ahead for Marner and onto the left wing side for Bobby McMahon. He was spun around. The puck into the far corner is going to be launched high towards the empty net, but it is Marner getting back to grab it off. Marner trying to play it off, and another jersey thrown on the ice. Played down into the corner now along the boards now for Yarncrook. Played back off a stick. It goes poking along the boards, intercepted by Marchand. He sends it to the empty net and scores. Allaire's insult to injury.
Yeah, a little over the top celebration, I think, too, for a 6-1 empty netter. But Marchand reveling in being the most hated man in the postseason. Wall goes back in, 31-19 the shots.
And this score mirrors what happened a couple of games ago.
You really thought, in this game, Leafs get outshot 7-0 in the first half of the opening period. Then they started to come. They had some opportunities, and you thought they're going to be all right. And then, bang. 3 goals in less than 7 minutes early in the second period by Florida. And the Panthers do what the Panthers do, right? Just frustrate you and shut you down.
Shot swallowed up by Bobrovsky off the stick of Benoit. 2:46 left to go in the third period.
And you understand the frustration of the fans. But like I said, you start throwing stuff on the ice. That's taking idiocy to the next level.
Florida's goal is third in the playoffs, scored by number 63, Brad Marchand.
Played to center ice. Leafs get it back to the line, but not out. Panthers keeping it in. Nosek shot is into the chest of Wall, and he will stop play with 2:33 left to play in the season. Well, Mr. Ralph, got an off-season that's going to be rather eventful, I should think. Looking forward to being back with you next year. All things considered, hopefully it'll be...
Is it 28 or 29 we've wrapped up together?
29?
Yeah. Wow. So I did go back and look at that Pittsburgh series in 99 when Lonnie Bohannes got into the lineup against Pittsburgh. 6 points in 6 games against the Penguins. 3 goals and 3 assists. And something the Leafs needed was somebody to get hot here in this series, and really nobody was what you'd consider hot.
Marchand gets the puck into the goal crease, and Wall will cover up on it.
Somebody thrown a cup or something, and that's
like a beer or whatever, and it's all the way out into the middle of the rink, but they're not even going to take the time to scrape it off at this point.
How smart of you to spend $30 on a beverage and throw it onto the ice.
Face off in the Toronto zone. Launched to center ice. Knocked back by a glove pass to stop play. Pretty sure if the officials just let things kind of roll here. I don't really think we need to be...
Yeah, well, I know we said coming into the playoffs, this team is different. But are they going to be better? And this is just going to be stacked onto the shelf with the list of previous heartaches that this group has taken us through.
Nylander. Yeah. Mitch Marner's contract up. John Tavares' contract up. A lot of speculation that will see at least Marner going elsewhere.
Yeah. And then You know, you got a different pool to choose from. Who would want to come here?
Well,
that's
the part that I was going to say. I mean,
Sam Bennett.
The way and what we're seeing too here with how the fans are reacting and everything. But you know what? I'm pretty sure that if this was in Boston and it was the same thing, you're going to see the fans being as upset or anything else. You can't really blame them for it. It's been so long that the frustration has been there that just will not subside until someone actually does something to get them over the hump. Yes, they've made the playoffs every year. And that is something to hang your hat on. But once you get here, you got to do something.
Yeah, eventually you got to hang your jacket on something, right?
Yeah. Well, Mike Ross is about to give us the news that this season is coming to a close.
Last minute of play in the third period.
Puck is in the Toronto zone. Panthers push it into the corner. And around back of the net, the Leafs will get it up on the wing and get it out at center ice. Back into Florida territory. Chip back in over the line. Not many folks left in the building, and it's hard to disagree with that. A very, very disappointing effort by this team.
Well, 2 of the last 3, right?
Yep.
1 very good and 2 horrible. And not often are you allowed 2 horrible games of the playoff series when you come out on top.
Not when it's the 2 of the last 3 games of a series, that's for sure. Pounded out at center, final 10 seconds ticking down. And the Maple Leafs season will come to an end, and congratulations to Paul Maurice and his Florida Panthers, who are moving on to tangle with the Carolina Hurricanes. That series will start Tuesday night. And the Maple Leafs season comes to an abrupt and embarrassing end here. The teams will line up and shake hands. But what a demonstration and a dominance. If you look at the one side, yes, the Leafs were bad and didn't do it, but Florida just dominates you offensively in the offensive zone. They just keep you in there all the time.
But not for the first 2.5 games.
No. But when they got their game going.
Or when somebody gave up theirs. And, I think when you looked at the first 2 wins at home, you thought, they're exposing something. They're getting pucks out quickly. They're getting on a forward check. They're creating off the rush. And it just seemed to be more than execution. I mean, it's more people are going to say it's more on the Leaf side, this result, than it is the Florida side. But I think it's a 50-50 combination. Florida Panthers are that good. But to lose like this twice at home, and and even having the chance to close out Ottawa and being shut out, there's 3 games where you could have done something substantial at home ice, and you score 2 goals in the 3 games, and you're outplayed badly.
Interesting interaction between Anthony Stolarz and Sam Bennett. Bennett's elbow, or the shot that hit Stolarz earlier, forced him out of the playoff series.
Yeah, I mean, I still believe, going back to that, it was the shot that they had in the first period. That was the first hit. Bennett's, I think, was the second one. And, you get 2 headshots in a short period of time, it's going to do damage. So I don't think Bennett tried to avoid him. But I also think that initial shot where you saw Anthony Stolarz shaking his head, trying to shake it off in the first period, did most of the damage. But you're right, it's interesting to see, like Bennett did come out and say we were teammates.
Yep.
He's a good friend of mine. I called him. There was no intent, but unfortunately Anthony Stolarz does not make a difference in the last 3 games of this series.
No,
unless he was playing forward.
No. Well, he and Bobrovsky having a final chat, and Joseph Wall will shake hands with Bobrovsky to end the handshake. And what's left as far as the Leafs fans are concerned are here. And the Leafs are going to head off here after a humiliating 6-1 decision against the Florida Panthers. And, well, the dissection and the autopsy of all of this will start almost immediately. And it is going to be interesting to see what happens between now and next September when they gather for training camp.
Yeah, I mean, still a big part for me, the first 10 minutes of this game, right? You would have thought that's usually where the visitors have to, withstand the early onslaught of the crowd and the energy. And Florida, right from the opening face-off, dominated the first 10 minutes of this hockey game.
7-0 in shots.
7-0 in shots. The Leafs had no offensive zone time. But then you thought, hey, maybe the Leafs, they survived it, then started getting some opportunities of their own. You thought they're going to be okay. And then second period, it starts with a bad pinch, goal by Seth Jones, and it was as if that's all it took, was one goal. One to find the net. And, it was a house of cards, it seemed, after that.
Well, we will step aside and allow Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart to take you through the post-game show. It is not a nice one. The Leafs drop a humiliating 6-1 decision to the Florida Panthers in Game 7 and are eliminated from postseason play. We want to thank all of you for being with us throughout the course of this season. We look forward to being back with you, hopefully, at the start of next season. And until then, we will tell you that you've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050. And the
Sports are all about moments.
One of the most...
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. 6-1 Florida Panthers. There is your final score. My goodness. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely unbelievable. What a showing from that team. Very disappointing, disgusting, honestly, from so many perspectives overall. This team, as soon as they face a second of adversity, they fold. And you saw it in game number 3 in overtime when they were one shot away from taking this series to a 3-0 lead and it being done. They folded for at least the next 2.5 games. And then they came back, gave us that little bit of hope once again, and then didn't show up yet again. The shots on goal prove that. From the get-go, the second that these gentlemen hit the ice tonight, the Florida Panthers wanted it more, and you could see that. It was absolutely disgusting to see the team have to be fired up in the way that they were by their coach when they went down 3-0. Barube, God bless you, man. But it's a good thing these contracts are expiring. I'm going to play a little EAFC and hang out down here, and maybe I'll put it up here on the screen. And we'll just kind of hang out for a little bit. Ryan T, man, good to see you, Ryan T. Go Leafs, go, buddy. Go TFC, go. Man, Toronto sports fans. It's a tough time to be a Toronto sports fan. But good to see everybody here in the chat tonight. Thank you for keeping it classy. USA all over the chat tonight. There you go. All the Panthers fans getting it in, enjoying it. Well, congratulations. Your team won. You faced a team that didn't show up tonight. I'm sorry. This was pathetic from my standpoint, and I don't have anything nice to say. So, like my mama said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I want to play my video games, and maybe we'll just record a little video after post game's done. So stick around, hang out, leave the chat on, because once my buddy Frank Trachtenberg comes on in about 45 minutes to an hour after the announcers rip the buds apart for the next 45 minutes, maybe we'll come on and say some stuff. Howler, dude, my God, calm down, bro. Get that, just stop. Be done. Calm down. Johnny Blazy, cheers, man. There you go. Edson in Brazil. Cheers, Edson. Miss V. Cheers. We'll always be Leafs fans, right? We'll always be Leafs fans. That will never stop. At least for me. I'm Toronto till I die. Sounds like Miss V is Toronto till I die. And Brandy Gale as well. All right, let's take it to the post game. Cheers, insiders. Thank you for being here all season long. A fun season. A great season. A season that saw us pass 100,000 subscribers/insiders. Sports fans from Toronto making a difference, changing the world one insider at a time, and we're almost at 103,000 insiders. Northern Farm Girl, we'll see you in the Oilers chat. Don't be a stranger. Taking it back to the Leafs. God. This is just... Go Leafs, go. Cheers, get her done.
It just always seems to be a different way to do the same thing. And this was a little more spectacular. I mean, you thought, okay, it's a one-off. Florida comes in here and wins Game 5. Then, I will be honest, I expected this in Game 6. I honestly did. I thought Florida would come out jumping in Game 6 and maybe win by 3 or 4 goals. The Leafs turn around and play their best defensive game in the postseason, and as so often happens, give you hope as you go into Game 7, and then it was just more of what we expected, but a game late. And it's just, you shake your head because now, and I was talking to Stewie about this as well. This is now 7 winner-take-all games, 6 Game 7s and a Game 5 to play in with the Columbus Blue Jackets. And in those 7 games, they've scored a grand total of 9 goals in those 7 elimination games. And of those 9, 4 of them were in a 7-4 loss to Boston. So it's just 5 over the last 6 games. I mean, it's just it's baffling. It's 1 goal, and then they were shut out against Columbus. And obviously it was a little more than just offense tonight.
Yeah, so how do you explain tonight, right? And you go through the sort of body of work of the Maple Leafs the entire season, and I think there's maybe 5 games total where you can say they were maybe outclassed. And tonight and Game 5, they were completely outclassed. How do you explain that?
I don't know, but I'll be watching the press conferences to try to get the answer. I mean, then it unfortunately goes back to the core. I mean, that's the one common denominator, and it's not trying to blame it on one person or 2 people or even 4 people, but that's the consistency that's there. And I don't know what direction you do. Do you do a mini reset? Do you start looking at other free agents? Would Sam Bennett ever consider coming here? Nikolai Ehlers. There's going to be names out there. Do you somehow try to say, okay, forget the high scoring Toronto Maple Leafs, and we've just got to rejig everything? It is a copycat sport, and you look at how the Florida Panthers are constructed, and a lot of teams might do that. Say, you know what, we've got some talent, we've got more heart.
I'd like you both to answer this. In the past, they coached to what they had. They were that high-scoring team, and it didn't work. Now you've got a guy who won a Stanley Cup coaching the team, and he asked them to play differently. Clearly, they didn't have it in Game 5 or Game 7, and I just wonder if they ran out of steam playing the new kind of hockey, which means the roster cannot play the way they want them to, because this is how you win. How the Panthers play is how you win. This team could not do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they're running out of steam. You're talking about a team that has gone to the Stanley Cup finals in back-to-back years. You've got to watch that. Nobody can make that excuse. I mean, I think of that dressing room. What I was amazed by was the first 10 minutes. I was absolutely blown away, because you thought, boy, the Leafs, they've got the crowd, they've got, coming off the big Game 6 win. Florida's probably going to have to weather the storm in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and it was the other way around. And that's the part. It was as surprising as when the Leafs jumped out to the 2-0 lead in Game 3 in Florida, but the Panthers came back in that.
Yeah, for me, it's really tough to explain, but the one quote that I've heard that sort of makes sense, maybe with referring to this group, is it's really tough to go for a run in silk pajamas. So it's the old back boxer adage, right? So I think it's a part of it is you got the big signing bonuses July 1st. It's very, very tough. You're not going to the gym. You're going to the car dealership. But again, I think it's just more so the mentality, right? The mentality of having to work and go above and beyond to a man. And there's been the debates, a club versus team and all that too. But I think for this, and Ralphie summed it up, it's just the core cannot get it done. Left, right, center, any way you add it up, it just does not add up, right? And we've been talking about this group, I think, for the last 3-4 years. Well, if they don't get it done this year, are they going to break it up? And I think finally, if you want that change, you have to do it. And I think it comes down to, we talked about it when they signed those contracts, 4 players making that much. You need a Sam Bennett, right? You need,
and that's what Colorado did with Rantanen. At least that was their reasoning. They didn't feel that they could be structured that way, even though it was a team that had Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh, Duke, and guys before the salary cap.
But Colorado's a good example because they moved. They had salary cap problems. They moved a lot of people out and brought different people in. You could fault the management and its different people over the years of being too loyal here.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately, when Stewie talked about the contracts, that's loyalty.
Well, but that's how you attract people here, is because most teams will not be able to carry that front end bonus stuff. Not in the numbers the Leafs have. It's a lot of players that get that.
Yeah, and you figure you do that, you're going to get something back. You're going to get above and beyond, and it's just a mystery. I didn't call Game 6, and I was way off on Game 7 as well. I mean, I honestly thought this would have been the Game 6 result, and the Leafs had more life. You thought they had confidence, and there wasn't anybody. There wasn't one player that you thought, well, maybe Scott Laughton, maybe Steven Lorenz, that looked like they had any kind of jump. Kelly Yarncroc had a couple of shifts, and that was
Fourth line.
And that's sort of the good news, bad news. And it's they weren't, and then even when you see Max Domi make it 3-1, you're thinking, okay, there's the goal you need in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now never mind. It's 4-1 now.
42 seconds later. Hey, how you doing?
So
here we go again.
It's difficult to, and I know Joe has always said, well, you got to make the playoffs, and you're thinking, well, you know what, that might be at risk, with changes, because you've got to say, you've got teams like Ottawa and Montreal are better. When is Detroit and Buffalo going to make the jump? Is Boston going to come back? And that's a difficult part. You're saying, oh, okay, we can't keep doing this, but what's it going to cost us to change? Is it going to cost us 15 points, 10 points in the regular season that might have us battling to get in? And hopefully do something. It's going to be, and I will say this from the standpoint of Brad Treliving, I thought every move he made was outstanding.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah. So I mean, he added to it. You loved the Laughton pickup. You loved Brandon Carlo coming in. That seemed to settle down Morgan Riley for a while. The moves that he made in the offseason, from Stolarz, the Tanev, Ekman Larson. Everything seemed to work, and you really had a belief, looking at this roster and how they had played through stretches, that this was going to be a lot better. I realize you get the Stanley Cup champions in the second round. That's your bonus for winning the division. But to be champions, you got to beat them first.
Oh, that would have totally legitimized everything, but look what we're dealing with. And I think what you're saying there is from the blue line in, the general manager's done a nice job. They have to fix the forward units somehow. And there's expiring contracts. So
yeah, and I mean, when you're at this point, you're saying, oh, yeah, I mean, there's still talent there, but you're saying, where does it go? Like, where does it go in the postseason? And that's sort of the head scratcher. And as they say, greater minds than ours are going to be responsible for fixing
smarter
that.
people than us have the answer. We do not have the answer here, ladies and gentlemen.
I know hindsight's 20/20. Do they win this series of Stolarz between the pipes?
No. I mean, you look at the Joseph Wall's best game is a 2-0 loss, right? Hopefully, the Leafs are able to, maybe Game 3, where you're saying that could have been a swing game, but then you look at the other two losses here at home. That's
they had nothing.
That's nothing.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
It would be easy to say that. I mean, I think it was a setback as far as the momentum coming out of the Ottawa series. But no, I don't think this was goaltending, and Sergei Bobrovsky was fine. He's not the reason Florida won either.
So, again, something for the both of you to answer. If you were to describe how Florida played the series, they got caught in the first game, and after that, they physically went after the Leafs and relentlessly went after the Leafs. The Leafs game plan, so the Florida game plan was to attack, first of all, make life difficult for Stolarz, then go after Tanev and Marner, because those are the two drivers out there, among other people. The Leafs game plan is let's play our defensive structure, and if something presents itself, we'll score. But they're not attacking what Florida has.
No, and look at how, you know what, I thought the Leafs were very patient in Game 6. I mean, I think that was a virtue for them. Then you give up the first goal of the game on a pinch at center ice that leads to an odd man rush, and you're going, so there goes the patience. If that was in Florida, everybody's back. Everybody's going defense first. There's the risk reward of making that play, jumping up to pinch outside your own blue line. It's that's something that they weren't doing, and this is already now 20-some minutes into the game where you're going, they're not sharp.
Yeah,
you know, they haven't got a lot going. But as soon as that goal went in, you thought right away, oh no, they think they have to now come out of this mindset of defense first and create, start taking chances. And when that happens early in the second period, and it backfires, then it was the Avalanche.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Stu?
Well, I have a couple notes here. Resiliency, running ground and pound. They just took the completely out of the Toronto Maple Leafs, right? And I think Toronto plays more of that the possum style, that more, rope-a-dope style. But what happens with that rope-a-dope, you're very keen to get that knockout blow, right? So when you're sitting back against that Florida Panthers team, they find a way just to sort of, get that knockout punch. So for me, it's just, how many power plays did they draw tonight?
Who, the Leafs? Yeah.
So
Zero.
They just got picked apart, and again, that's the frustrating part because it's Game 7 at home, and I've described this before. Sitting here as a 40-year-old man, there were some games where I mailed it in, and I wish I could go back and play those games. I had an opportunity to play a playoff game versus the St. Louis Blues, the LA Kings, and I said I was not ready because I had a couple days off, and I wish I could go back. That was the last opportunity I had to play in the National Hockey League. So again, it's tough when you're young and you got all the big contracts coming in, but for a night like tonight, I think it's going to haunt a lot of guys going forward because you might think, hey, you know what? There's always next year.
Yeah.
But those next years sort of pile on. Next thing you know.
You got a headset on.
Yeah, there might be 40 teams in the league.
And you don't have to look. You don't have to look further than teams like Boston to see how quickly that window can slam shut.
Chicago.
Chicago's another one.
Well, and the weird thing about this is that tonight's game is, as you say, Ralphie, the start, but the start of the second period. I mean, they had a good second half of the first period. How they started that second period is almost as mystifying as how they started the game.
Yeah, it's like Paul Maurice said in the intermission, guys, let's start the second like we started the first. They went, okay. And we're rewarded for it. Like we said, it starts with the bad pinch, but then there's no response at the other end. I mean, this isn't where, they had their chances and they were just snake-bitten. What were the shots at one point in the second period?
Well, they got outshot 17-5 in that period.
Yeah, but I think at one point it was like 14-1 or 14-2.
Oh, yeah.
12-2,
yep. And you're just flabbergasted that you could be dominated so much in a Game 7. I mean, forget home ice, just dominated, period. At least Boston, you go to overtime and lose 2-1. I think 20,000 people would have been able to at least swallow that. That you did the defending Stanley Cup champions to Game 7 overtime, or it was a one-goal game. This one's a little harder to bite into.
Ralphie, my friend, thanks very much.
Well, let's do. Let's hit the golf course or something.
Yeah, it's something.
Stewie.
That's what they said.
And Stewie, you got to be there.
Yeah.
Josh,
okay,
boy.
we'll see you there.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Thanks, boys. Enjoyable year.
Yeah.
And it's here's the other funny stat, right? I was telling my daughter this, that to win the Stanley Cup now you got to win 4 playoff series. The Leafs have never won 3. Their last cup was 67.
Yeah.
Where you only had to win 2.
No, 23 years ago it was close.
Yeah, so even, even as we're sitting here, we're going, they haven't won 3 that many times, or even 2 that many times to get there. And that's where you say, God bless the fan base. And hopefully one day you get your Boston Red Sox or Chicago Cubs moment where a jinx is broken, and maybe when you least expect it.
And it reverses big time. Then you can't lose.
Wow,
that's a pipe dream, isn't it?
Let us pray.
Sell hope. Sell the hope.
Go home, my son.
Thanks, boys.
All right, Jim Ralph. So while we pull ourselves back together again, post-game sound, Austin Matthews, the Leafs captain, on how things went wrong in Game 7.
First period, I thought they came out a little bit hungrier than us. I thought we, last half of that period, we got our game going, and then I don't know how it really got away from us. I think, just not on the same page in different areas of the game.
Can you describe the disappointment you must be feeling?
Not really.
Are you tired of doing this?
Yeah, I am. I think we all are. I think there's 31 teams that go home very disappointed, and obviously we're one of them, so it's not a great feeling.
You can understand the frustration of the fans, though. There was some throwing jerseys on the ice, and there's a lot of booing in this game again tonight. What's your message to the fans who have had to deal with this year after year after year with this team?
Yeah, it's tough to kind of gather, thoughts on all that so quickly after the game. I think, you look, back on training camp, just all the work that you put in to get yourself to this point, and, it's very, very frustrating, obviously, for us as well as them included. So, it's tough to kind of gather your thoughts on all that right away.
What was your sense of the group to come into this one, Boston?
I felt like we were ready to play. I felt like we were, in a good mindset. Like I said, I thought the first, 10 minutes we didn't, they came out strong, and the next 10 minutes I thought we controlled play. And then I just thought we had too many passengers throughout the rest of the game and just weren't on the same page, and they get a couple goals and momentum like that, and then you're chasing the game, and it's hard to get it back when you're down 3 against a good team that plays sound defensively like them.
What's your thoughts on playing with Austin, with Mitch all these years, and you hope he comes back?
Yeah, he's like a brother to me, and to all of us. I think we're a very tight-knit group, and we obviously love him to death. That's all I can really say about that.
Were you healthy in this series?
I don't know. I'm not really going to address that right now. It's, you go out there and just try to compete and give your all, and that's what I was trying to do.
Austin Matthews, Leafs captain. Stu, your thoughts on what he had to say there?
Yeah, it's, we talk about the accountability, right? And the one thing that I'm a little concerned is sort of in this market where they're hanging on to, every word, it's nothing, against you to sort of maybe take that humble route and maybe, put some blame on yourself, right? And there's the expectations of being one of the highest players in the league saying, hey, you know what, I have to be better. You know what, I am sick and tired of losing, right? And you see sort of some of the captains throughout the league take that accountability. But again, I'm not here to criticize. It's my job to sort of analyze. And, one of my notes, it just says it's not fun. It's not fun as a former player to sit here and talk negative, right? Hockey's supposed to be fun. We're supposed to talk about the positive, the goals, and the assists. But, for me, being on the outside, but being, a player in the league, sort of assessing the Toronto Maple Leafs over the league, it's just not close. It's not close, and it's our job to build them up and all that. And, I have friends that are still in the league that, I see in the summer times, and they have the same agreement. It's not close. It's not close, and every year it does feel different, but sort of the assessment is they have some work to do in building this club into a team that can compete. But, hats off. As bad as, it's perceived that they played, the Florida Panthers did a masterclass on how to beat a team in the second round. And for them, yes, they stumbled out of the gates down 2-0. They won 3 games in a row, lost Game 6, came back in Game 7, and just put the clamps down and gave them a free lesson on how to play playoff hockey. So for me, you got to build this team, and you need guys making $5, $6, $7 million. It's tough to have the top-heavy lineup and then sort of fill your guys in with Pacioretty's. there's Pacioretty's out there that can give you 30 goals, that can give you 82 games, and can give up 10, 12 goals in the playoffs. And those guys cost $6 million, $7 million, the Reinhardts, the Bennetts. So there's guys out there that you have to go out and get, guys that are proven winners, guys that are proven to show up in the playoffs. You need those guys to help teach this group how to win.
Absolutely. Extremely well said. And the Panthers physically took it to the Leafs, and it showed up in games 5 and 7 for sure. If you're thinking 6-1 is a terrible way to lose game 7, you are correct. It ties a record for futility by a home team in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. The last time this happened, May 11th, 2016, St. Louis goes into Dallas, defeats Dallas 6-1 in Game 7, and that is as bad as it ever gets in Game 7. So that's what the Leafs came up with tonight. We'll come back and sum it up further with more post-game sound. This is Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. Wherever you are, we are right here. TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
What does living your best nonstop?
To every child and family who've needed us since 1875, and all who support us, our hospital needs no introduction. But just in case, it's SickKids. And it's our 150th birthday. Our mission has always been healthier children, a better world. The first children's hospital in Canada, SickKids. Pasteurizing milk to prevent disease 30 years before it was mandatory. The heart-lung machine that transformed open heart surgery. A pediatric kidney transplant in 1969. SickKids. SickKids. And SickKids. We discovered the gene for cystic fibrosis so patients live longer lives. And we just created the world's first Atlas of Cancer using machine learning to analyze 13,000 variations. Today, the hospital sees over 130,000 patients a year. We're a research powerhouse, a training magnet, attracting nearly 600 clinical and research fellows from around the globe every year. And we're the #1 publicly funded children's hospital in the world. We're celebrating 150 years of excellence, driven by philanthropy. What's next? Thanks to donors like you, we're going to keep healing Canada and the world, and we're going to heal the future.
Text it to 105050. Text retreat along with your name and city, 105050. Vent about your heartbreaking experiences as a Leafs fan on May 26th. First up, we'll be calling one defeated Leaf fan with a much-needed relief. Take a break from the heartache with TSN 1050's Leaf of Absence. Details at tsn1050.ca. So, clearly when you go through this, Florida pounded the Leafs and they wilted them. So this roster, as it is right now, and you can subtract and add whoever you want, it's just not physically good enough to compete with a team like the Panthers. Now, there's a lot of teams that also are not good enough to compete with the Panthers, but that's where you have to get to. This is a real test for me because this is the defending Stanley Cup champs, and that's what everybody's talking about here, and you could see the gap, couldn't you?
100%. And the league, yes, you go out and you recruit, but you have to draft and develop. But a lot of the players here that are on this Florida Panther teams, a lot of them are reclamation projects, or a lot of them are found money, right? And you take a look, at guys like Verhaeghe, who was undrafted. You saw Rodriguez sort of be a 15, 20-point guy before coming here. Forsling, Mikkola, like these guys were sort of cast-offs from other groups and spare parts over the last 4 or 5 years before coming in and catching, lightning in a bottle with the Florida Panthers. Same thing with Seth Jones. Everybody thought he was done.
Yeah.
And just look at the impact that he had on this series, right? And you think
huge,
about that, you're
huge.
like, well, the price wasn't that steep to get a player like this, right? So a lot of Marchand,
second round pick. Well, and while you're on that, then you do the big trade a couple of years ago for Tkachuk,
right?
And that's a gutsy trade,
right? And we're sitting here. Well, what if this was too big of a move? And you look at the teams around the league and just the big swings. Look what Vegas has done. If you don't like your cap hit, you're gone. Well, you saw Colorado. Colorado got rid of not one, 2 goaltenders, and they said you could not get rid of in the cap era. It's going to be too tough to get rid of goaltenders because they rebuilt that roster. So yes, there's cap restrictions, but I think it comes down to some no trade deals and all that, and they can go back. Maybe they go back at looking at revising some of those deals that they made. But hindsight is 2020. But I think you got to be a little bit more particular, a little bit more bold. Right, you do the Raptors, right? They got rid of one of the most beloved Raptors
and the coach of the year.
And it
look, I mean that is as bold as you could get. Right. Guy wins coach of the year. See ya.
Right.
Go to Detroit. See you later. DeMar DeRozan, favorite player. See you later.
Right.
But that's asset management.
And they said, they're playing the safe route, but in professional sports, safe is death, right? And that's why you're continually getting these results. And but again, extremely talented. It is a marquee destination coming here, but I think the complementary players, they got to get some more primary guys that know what it takes to win. And yes, it takes time, but the window is not infinite with this group, right? So they're going to have some tough decisions to make. But for me, if it's not, I played on teams in the Southeast Division, the Florida Panthers, Carol. There was 0 expectations, and there was 5-6 guys gone a year just because that was par for the course. We have to make changes because we want to get better. So. I think they got to swing for the fences a little bit in the offseason, but they have to get some guys in here that are proven getting it done, not just in the regular season, but the offseason.
Well, and the good news the good news is the general manager has done a nice job from the blue line back, so now he can concentrate on the forward unit. Nobody has any problem with what's happening from the blue line back.
Defense, they've done their job, right? And yes, we all want a McCarr and Izzer Hughes, and maybe there's one of those in Danford coming up who's the first rounder last year, but I think he's going to be more of a second pairing guy based on some of the reports I've read on him. But if you don't have that superstar, you have to have big, strong, mobile defensemen. But this group. For the Maple Leafs, done their job. Tanev was the unsung hero of this group the whole entire year. You look around the room and you're like, do I want to take a day off? And you look at this guy with 12 ice bags, no teeth in his head, going out there.
What you do is you sign his brother.
Yeah, with $30 million in the bank, and this guy doesn't have to do this, but that's contagious. You need more guys like that, right? Proven playoff. But again, Treliving has been great. I give him an A+ in the guys that he's brought in.
Yep.
But now, there's some now big money plays at play here. They have to make and choose wisely going forward.
Oh, it'll be an interesting summer for sure. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs.
Sports are all about moments.
One of the most incredible, miraculous finishes we have ever seen.
And you can hear them all.
He scores! Alex Ovechkin! There's a new goal-scoring champion!
As they happen.
Oh, my goodness! Shohei Ohtani, a sayonara swing!
Live in the moment.
Rory McIlroy on his knees. He's won the Masters.
With live sports on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederik Andersen, #1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization that have high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
It's a pleasure to have back on the program Coach Joel Quenneville, back behind an NHL bench next fall.
And I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity to be in Anaheim. Working with Beaker over the last couple of weeks, we're having a lot of fun. The personnel and the young kids kind of represents and reminds me of what we had in Chicago when I first went there. And we got a really young team that's going to be exciting to work with for sure.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it!
Under Review with Mick Kern.
11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Game night live from Scotiabank Arena as the Panthers advance to the second round courtesy of their 6-1 defeat over the Leafs tonight. And, of course, the offseason of speculation will start immediately. We're going to spin around the Craig Barube session. We're going to wait for it to get produced for us, and we'll spin it around for you, and we'll hang in because I want you to hear that. I think we should close off the broadcast with Craig Barube's final words on the season that was. And clearly, he did what he could. He got them to play for the most part the way he was instructing them to. It just, in my opinion, they ran out of gas in games 5 and game 7. I did say to somebody in the building when hours before game time, I was asked, what do you think? And I said, I want to know how much gas is left in the tank because I think it was a monumental accomplishment to win game 6.
And, I like that terminology, running out of gas, but that's not necessarily a physical thing. It could be a mental thing too, right? Where they just said, we don't have an answer to these guys. And, I have no problem admitting, I've been out there saying it is too hard. And you know what? I'm going to give this guy a free pass or let him go in the corner, let him do what he needs to do out there to be successful. And it's tough. It's tough. But when you collectively have a group of guys that are pulling in the same direction, it makes it a lot easier to not have moments like tonight. But, if you got Lawton and you got Lorentz, having your grade A opportunity and being the guys that are sort of the drivers here. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. And, and it's tough to put the criticism on Matthews and Marner, right? But you look around the league, win, lose, or draw, the McDavids, the Dreisaitl's, the McKinnons, they have monumental moments. They have big moments. Every team has those one or two guys that when the game is on the line, they do something big or try. That just has not been the case this series for this group. That's the reality of it.
And all of those guys are physically involved in the game.
Yep, and that's what it is. And for me, with Matthews, if you're hurt, now's the time. Hey, or tomorrow. Hey, this is what I'm working with there. This is what's happened. This is sort of the situation when I went to Germany because of that. But even last year, I think when he was describing his injuries, he was very, very vague as well, too. So you're not going to get a pass unless you be sort of upfront, especially in this market where they're going to be speculating. But again, it's a learning experience, and maybe next year might be better. But I think, collectively, I would expect to see a minimum 4 or 5 different guys on this roster.
Let's hear now from Coach Craig Barube at the end of the game. This is sort of closes off the season for us.
Craig, how did the game get away from the team tonight?
We got out of the first period. They came hard the first 10, 11 minutes. We weathered that storm. I thought we started to come, took a penalty, killed it off. So going into the second, it was more of the same like the first. I mean, we just didn't handle the pressure tonight that they came with. We got it, so obviously wasn't good enough.
Craig, just on your right, Game 5 and Game 7 looked a lot alike. How do you explain those two performances on home ice?
Well, I don't know. That's the frustrating part that, we put ourselves in a good spot in both games coming home, and we just had disappointing games for sure. I mean, go down there and win a game 6, play extremely well. It's frustrating. I don't have an answer for you for that question.
Craig, the history and the passion of the hockey fan in this town. 2 consecutive home games, booed in the second period, jerseys on the ice. Does this team, the composition of this team, need to change to have more fire in it?
I think this team has fire. I mean, like I said, I can't explain right now, or do I want to? 5 and 7 at home. That's, it's obviously things that we got to look at and talk about as a organization.
Craig, from where you sit, what was the most disappointing part of this series?
Games 5 and Game 7 at home. I thought we did a great job fighting for home ice. Had a good home record all year, to me, that's the most disappointing part in the series.
Hey, Craig, we talk about roller coaster of the playoffs, ebbs and flows and all these things, but is it more perplexing to you, given the way you guys played in Game 6, to be that high and then to drop down to whatever this was tonight?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, coming off that Game 6, come home for Game 7, you're feeling really good. But, they were the better team tonight. They were the more desperate team tonight. They were the more aggressive team tonight. That's what I take out of the game tonight. You win a Game 6, that's great. You come home, you got to have a level of desperation, determination, and I didn't feel we had it.
Craig, we saw your frustration on the bench. Mitch yelling at his teammates. Austin said after the game, too many passengers. Where does that all come from? Like, why did that happen in this way, in this game, in this moment?
Well, frustration sets in, I think. When you don't get, everybody on board and doing the right things and playing together as a team, that's what happens. That's what happens. You can't go in a game like tonight and have any pass. You can't have anybody not on their best, at their best. And doesn't mean, fancy plays or all these plays, skilled plays. It's just, you're at your best when you're highly competitive, winning your battles, desperation, doing everything possible to win the hockey game. And we didn't do that tonight. And that's why the result was the result.
Last one here. Craig, you came in here this year with fresh eyes. You've won a cup in St. Louis. You didn't live the past playoff series with this team, but you were aware of them, obviously, when you took this job. How much of that baggage with the guys that have been here a while play a part in a moment like tonight, where it looks like the moment's too big for them?
Well, I look at, I don't think the moment's too big for him. I think it's, we went to Ottawa and won Game 6 and won a series. We went into Florida and won Game 6 to make it a Game 7. So the moment's not too big. For me, it's all between the ears. It's a mindset. These guys are capable of doing it. You just got to execute it, and we didn't execute it. We didn't execute it in Game 5. We didn't execute it in Game 7. I don't have an answer for that. Why? But that's the bottom line.
Craig Barube, postgame. So, Stu, let's go out on this question. How close or how far away are the Leafs to advancing, to doing what everybody wants them to do? 3rd round, 4th round?
Whoa. They have a lot of fancy spare parts or main components, to this vehicle that is the Toronto Maple Leafs. But I think you need some engines, right? You need a little bit of a reassessment of sort of your engines, the guys that are going to be drivers. And you have a perennial 50-goal scorer in Austin Matthews. You had Mitch Marner, where there's going to be some questions on what's going on. But again, for me, you got your D set for another year. You have some goaltending, which again, those guys, I would give them B+ to A- collectively as a group.
Yep.
But I think as this forward group, you need to find some constants. You need compliments on every single line. You're going to have a year mature of Matthew Nyes, who's going to be coming in at a very higher cap hit than he is today.
Yep.
But I expect there's going to be probably a minimum of 4 or 5 changes up front, and bringing in guys that you know exactly what you're going to get, rain, sleet, or snow. You're going to get your 20-goal guy. You're going to get your 65 penalty minute guy. You're going to get your power play guy. You're going to get your penalty block shots with your face guy. And you're going to get a guy that at the end of every series, he's going to have his 3-4 goals and plays the game the right way. You're going to get your Craig Berube type players. So that's the expectations. They might have some money. They might not, depending on how it goes. But I expect some changes. But, it's been a pleasure working with you tonight. Wasn't fun, but I appreciate all the fun we had with it. And, it's a tough note to really go out on. But, again, that's pro sports, and I really feel for the players that are sitting in that room. And, at the end of the day, you bleed, you sweat, and there's tears at what's going on right now. And it's very tough going out like this.
So, I mean, just to sum it up, look, you played. I've been on team buses and on flights with this Maple Leaf team years ago when they lost. This is not a pleasant scene. We could say whatever we want here. These guys are hurting.
And we painted the picture that this group was going all the way. And again, there's a luck that goes into this, right? And I think for me, that TSN turning point, ding, 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 was that Game 3 loss in overtime, right? If they win that game, that's totally a different story that we're sitting here talking about right now. But again, on the human side, I definitely feel for guys because, again, they have to walk the streets of these cities. They have to go on social media, and they're going to be getting chirped. It comes with the territory. But again, there's always next year. But I expect them now to live and learn and come back better next year for a better performance.
Stu, thanks very much.
Great working with the top man.
It was fun, Stu. Had fun this year. And Leafs Guy Tuesday, 12:30.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. Leafs Game Night, TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
And I think trust becomes a massive word when you think about it. Can I trust each one of the players that are going out there to not only to do their part from a strategic standpoint, be in the right position, be in the right places at the right time, but not get undisciplined and take poor penalties at the wrong time because their ego is bruised and someone took advantage of them, then being able to hold all that in check. So there's just so many dynamics to think about for a team in order to overcome all the obstacles to win a championship. And it's fascinating to me. It's one of the reasons I was able to play 26 years, because once you do it, you understand how fun it is, but also how complicated and intricate it is to kind of get not only the team from a physical standpoint to come together, but how a team comes together emotionally, mentally, and the spirituality around a team and the respect that lives inside that locker room is incredible.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM, Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM Channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM Channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM Channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM Channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio. SiriusXM 86.
Tampa Bay Lightning head coach John Cooper stopped by for a morning skate with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 91 to talk the keys to his success over the years and the challenge of getting to the Stanley Cup Final 3 years in a row.
John, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit self-analytical and, being in the business that you're in and knowing how successful you've been and what drives you and motivates you. What do you think has been the key to your success over the years? I mean, every league you've been in, you've won, you've had the staying power, and you've had all kinds of championship pedigree. If you say, hey, look, I'm still going strong, I'm still chasing another ring, what is it that keeps you going, and what is it in particular that you feel has made you as successful as you've been?
I would say there's a couple things. Internally, it's the fire is still burning. As I think that first and foremost is the biggest thing, because when you lose your passion for it, and I've watched it happen to people, then you might as well you should get yourself out, because you're just doing yourself and your team a disservice. So that passion is first and foremost the big thing. I would sit here say on the other side of things, like Jeff Vinnick as an owner, and it kind of goes back to the previous question about stability. And that's one of the things we've had. And so Julian Breezeball was my general manager in the minors and now the NHL. So we've been together for how many years? We had Steve Eisenman in the early part of that, and he kind of was like the mentor. He was the actual one that brought me in, but we've had that stability. Only 2 GMs, but both.
All right, enough of those guys talking. And Frank Trachtenberg there telling us the scores in the games for tonight. Oh, man. I figure, why not? Let's record a little bit for tomorrow, because I was looking at the schedule, and I don't see any playoff games tomorrow, and the Blue Jays are off tomorrow as well. So I've got a lot of catch-up to do on the regular job, since I happened to be supporting storm restoration efforts. So here we go. Let's go. Let's click this up. Oh, come on. Choke job like Jenna Jameson. Really, dude? Come on. Full sweat. Come on, dude. Like, I'm going to record a video there. Oh, man. All right. I think I'm going to have to remove the chat for this part. All right, let's get this cool video up here so that... All right, let's see. TSI, boom, new logo. I love it. What do you guys think about the new logo? You like the new logo? I love the new logo. I think it's really nice. All right. Jeff Cunningham, is that you, the Toronto FC goal scorer? Mark Carney for GM. That's that's politics, right? Is that politics? I think that is. God, get the politics out of here. Thank you, Bern. Appreciate it. All right. Time to record. Six to one. 6-1. Toronto Maple Leafs get completely outclassed on the ice tonight by the Florida Panthers. From the second the puck was dropped, the Florida Panthers had the desperation that the Toronto Maple Leafs only wish they could possess. And it is very clear tonight, After year number 8 or 9, my math escapes me after this horrible showing tonight. But look, Maple Leafs fans, it has to change, right? There has to be changes coming. We can scream, we can go crazy, we can... I've grown up since that last Leafs rant video a few years back. But, the chat tonight, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen who are still here, thank you for hanging out with us as we're recording this after the game. Stream ending was up for like 15 minutes. You were listening to Frank. We appreciate you being here and hanging out with us. Things have to change here for the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is absolutely disgusting. And Don Donaldson, you say, look, JT should retire. Look, JT got the raw end of the stick here. But I understand what Maple Leafs management was trying to do with Austin Matthews and giving him that C. And it's clear. Unfortunately, Austin Matthews has not shown the characteristics that need to be to wear the C for a team that's going to win a Stanley Cup. You look back all the way back to 2017 in that series against the Washington Capitals, when the Toronto Maple Leafs, the young, star-studded, way exceeding expectation Toronto Maple Leafs, came to the scene. And they lost that hard-fought 6-game series in overtime to the Capitals. I think it was Tom Wilson's goal, if my memory serves me right. And that was the start of a repetitive failure, year after year after year. Now look, when that happened, we all sat there with open eyes and said, hey, it's all good. This team is they're overachieving, right? We got a bunch of young kids who should be good in this league. They have the talent. They have the high draft pick. They have the years of junior hockey success. All of those things. But none of them had that grit and toughness that's needed in the NHL to succeed. And when the team is being built around a core four, for example, when you put all of this money into these guys who have consistently failed year after year after year, something's got to give. It's time to move on. We have expiring contracts. Move the contracts. Be done. I'm sorry, JT. I'm sorry it had to end like this. But unfortunately, we have to just free up the space that we have and find the guys like they were talking about. Find these guys who are consistently gritty and tough and go and win playoff games. They put teams on their back. They fight like dogs to get it done. That's not what we're seeing from $65 million of our roster every single game in and game out. We're not seeing that. We're seeing guys who take nights off. We're seeing guys who are out injured consistently. We're seeing guys who take weeks off at a time, and then they let their talent shine through. Then they come back, they hit it up for a few weeks, they tear it up, and everybody says, oh yeah, they're so great, they're so great, they're so great. But one thing that they're missing, like Coach Barube said, and this is where I'm always a full proponent for blow it up and get rid of it all. The Shannon plan, it's got to go, be done, move on from all the expiring contracts. Normally I would say get rid of the coach, the GM, clean house completely. But the moves that I've seen from Trevelling and what I've seen from Coach Barube working with what he has, remember what he's working with, has been exceptional. I'll just go out and say it. It's been exceptional. Because to see what we've seen year in and year out, it's not going to get better. We get optimistic every year. I mean, look at the poll on the community tab. We had 50% of fans being optimistic. We're at home. We had a great home season record. We played great this season in the regular season, but it's not a Game 7. And that killer instinct is what's needed in Game 7. Brad Marchand has that killer instinct on the ice in Game 7. 85% of our Toronto Maple Leafs did not have that killer instinct tonight on the ice for Game 7. And that's what it takes. If you want to be successful, if you want to lift Lord Stanley, you want to lift that silver up to the rafters of the arena, and then take the cup with you wherever you want for a week or whatever, however long these guys get with the cup. If that's what you want, you have to go after it like nothing you've ever seen before in your life. And that's what kept hitting me when I was sitting there watching in the second period, and that onslaught of goals happened by the Panthers to make it 3-0. Within 6-7 minutes, whatever it was, maybe even less. I can't remember. My memory is so clouded because of the amount of pain that we keep getting put through every single April and May and June. Well, June, we don't make it to June. So I'll just say May. April and May. How about that? Every single year, this is what we go through. We got to just dump the contracts, take that $20, $30 million worth of cap space that we can free up right now, and build a team around some grit. Give Barube a leash. Let him go get the players that he wants in the locker room, swearing back at him, because I love it when he gets fired up and he's swearing and we're going to win the cup. I love that. All right? And that's not really who I am when I'm on TV and YouTube and whatever. I don't like to go swearing and everything like that. But, we need guys who are in that locker room fired up, ready to go. Not these kids who are thinking about their next contract or thinking about what deal they're going to sign or thinking about their buddy whose contract's expiring and hoping that he gets signed for the next extension. Regardless, I could go on, and I think we've reached our point here to where I'm going to have to clean this up tomorrow. But overall, this has been absolutely amazing. This season, Leafs fans, thank you from the bottom of my heart. This has been absolutely incredible. We started this season back in September with like 30,000 subscribers, and we passed 100,000 subscribers, went and got that plaque. It's on its way. It just got shipped, but apparently I don't have a tracking update yet. So we'll see. That'll probably come tomorrow on Monday. Cheers, insiders. Thank you for helping me follow my dreams. Look, I started a soccer channel, talking soccer, TFC, really. That's how it all started. And now we're here on YouTube with 100,000 plus in this amazing community where we're making a difference for SickKids Hospital. Unfortunately, the Leafs playoff games are over now, so the 100% of revenue will be finalized and calculated after tonight's game. But remember, we always do a remaining percentage of the revenue here to make every single click of a video here on Toronto Sports Insider make an impact at SickKids Hospital, because that's what we do. This is bigger than just a bunch of sports fans cheering on a team that consistently loses year in and year out. This is about a group of people who are inspiring each other, trying to keep it positive, trying to stay classy and be inclusive, all inclusive in a chat, and just be like, hey, we're here to talk sports and enjoy the night together, cheering on our favorite team while making a difference in our community. There you go. Bane in the chat. Good to see you, Bane, as well. Chase, tough day. Very tough day. And then the Panthers fan there. John Paul DeJoria. Let's go Panthers. There you go. Well, thank you all for hanging out with us. It's time for me to pull the plug and head up to bed. What a season it was. Thank you, insiders, Leafs family. Please do not be strangers. Please come back and hang out with us during our Playoff Pulse campaign, during the Eastern and Western Conference Finals for the NHL and the NBA playoffs. We'll be live for every single game in the Stanley Cup Finals and, of course, the Toronto Blue Jays all summer long. Don't forget, TFC. We do TFC games. Every single TFC game, hopefully, as well as every single Toronto Argonauts CFL game. Those CFL games are so much fun in the chat. So don't be a stranger. Come hang out with us then. And, man, we'll see you in the fall, Leafs fans. Go Leafs go, and go Oilers go. Let's go, Canada. Let's go get that cup and bring it home. We'll be live every single game, cheering those Oilers on against the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Finals starting up really, really soon. Good night, everybody. We'll see ya real soon. Good night. Man, thank you, Leafs family. Thank you. Amazing. Go Leafs, go. We'll be back next year. Hopefully with some cap space.
That was former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan in conversation with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin for the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep